Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. And so this video is called Examining Debate. Did Jesus Rise from the Dead? Bart Ehrman versus Jonathan Sheffield by Nick Sayers, Part 3. And so in our previous videos, we went through Jonathan Sheffield's opening statements, and he had quite a good argument for the resurrection. And so basically, to summarize everything, the best that I can. His argument is that Pilate and other people in the Roman Empire, they had to keep meticulous records, just like we see groups like the Japanese in World War II, or we see the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, or say even the Nazis. You know, these guys kept meticulous records of certain events and certain things that happened. And these things were all sent back to headquarters. And so we see that this was happening in the Roman Empire. And so there was a document called the Acts of Pilate, and people who would have governed the area around Jerusalem, around Israel, they would have known these things. They would have read these things, and they would have been kept up to speed about what was going on. And so the people in Rome were also kept up to speed with this. And so this was brought up 3 times by Justin Martyr. And he said, look, if you really want to talk about what's happened with Christianity, maybe you should get the Acts of Pilate and reveal them. So he was talking about the hierarchy in the Roman Empire releasing that document, a bit like, release the Epstein files sort of thing. And so it's a very different argument, but it's got a lot of weight. And even Bart Ehrman said, I think that's one of the best arguments I've ever heard for the case of the resurrection. But of course, he doesn't want to just concede there. So he's going to have his rebuttal. So we went through some of Bart Ehrman's. Well, actually, what we can't really do is in these debates, we can't see that Bart Ehrman's opening statements are a rebuttal at the moment. What he's doing is he's just putting forward his case. It's not really anything we haven't heard before. And so in our previous video, we just went through that. And he's about to enter into a place where he's saying there's a lot of contradictions in the Bible. Now, these so-called contradictions, I've gone through them. They're very easily harmonized, but Bart Ehrman just says, oh, well, you can harmonize anything if you really put your mind to it, sort of making out that we're just being dishonest. We should really be honest like him. We should be neutral like him, as if he doesn't have a barrier to push. And we should just admit to ourselves, oh, the Bible's got all these problems. And over the years, I've actually run into Christians who do say this type of thing. They've read Bart Ehrman's material, and they're like, well, it's got a problem here, and the Bible's got a contradiction there. And these are things that I consider, like every time someone would bring them up, if I was street preaching or witnessing, I would love it if they brought those things up, because it's an opportunity for me to show there is no contradiction. But it just amazes me that some people who they claim to believe the Bible, infallibility of the scriptures and all the rest of it, but then they will turn around and say, well, the Bible's got all these problems because someone like Bart Ehrman said that. And it's not just that I've switched off my brain and I'm saying, hey, look, I just have a presupposition the Bible's always correct, and I'm just going to, no matter what, I'm just going to defend that. No, I'm looking at this reasonably. We went through and did quite a lot on Judas, and the contradiction, the so-called contradiction of Judas's death is just absolute nothing burger. If you got that whole concept and you put it into any work of literature, it would be easily harmonized. But because someone somewhere has said, hey, this is a contradiction, all the modern day skeptics and atheists, that they jump on the bandwagon and say, well, Bart Ehrman thinks it's an important contradiction, and so we should really run with it. And so people are just running with this Judas contradiction. And I'm sort of using that as a bit of an example because it's so lame that their concepts of it can never ever be harmonized. One story, like Dan McClellan, he says one story, Judas throws down the coins in front of the Sanhedrin, and they go and buy a block of land. But in the other story, Judas goes with his 30 coins and goes to the real estate agent on the Passover, buys a block of land, and then he's walking along and trips over and just explodes, and his intestines go everywhere. And I'm like, man, you guys can't even just represent the story. Like, even if they were to separate Matthew and Acts, you're not even just representing the story how it's written there. And it's quite fantastical how they talk about it. He's just walking along, trips over a rock, smashes his stomach or something, and all of his intestines come out. They can't even concede that he fell. As it says, he fell headlong. Like, that's not just falling like from having a walk. You're walking your dog and you just fall over, and sure, you just explode. That's what just happens, as if people in, who read the book of Acts, or who who have gotten doctrine from the book of Acts for years and years and years, as if that's how they read it. They're just misrepresenting. And so what you see is what Bart Ehrman and others do. Derek from Myth Vision, obviously Bart is like a guru to these guys because he's got the credentials. And we're going to look also at the whole thing of stacking the board when it comes to consensus, because many times you'll just hear, oh, well, the scholarly consensus is this. And so they'll just run with that. And how can you argue against, 100 guys with PhDs, So we're going to look at the whole thing of stacking the board and what happens in institutions and how these things can just become almost completely the opposite of what they originally set out to be. But people like Derek from Myth Vision, Dan McClellan, CJ Cornthwaite, these guys oftentimes are just going to these lame arguments and just parroting them. And it's to me, it just doesn't show any real scholarship on their part. All of these guys would fit into the academy in a sense where the academy has become unbelieving. The academy has adopted the critical text methodology and text, and none of these guys really fight against that. They embrace that because they want to be seen as scholarly within the Bart Ehrman type of community. So none of them have just done their own research and gone, hey, I'm a majority text guy, or I'm a Byzantine priority guy, or I'm a Textus Receptus guy, or I'm a, that regardless of, what sort of different alternative bibliology is out there, none of them have anything else except for the Westcott and Hort type of bibliology. So to me, this speaks volumes that they're not actually thinking for themselves. They're not actually developing their own convictions. They're just copying other people. And also they're being very careful not to tread on the toes of these scholars. And so to me, that's a big problem because, I'm obviously a Textus Receptus advocate. I believe the King James is an accurate representation of the Masoretic text and the King James. And so when these guys come out with the same drivel arguments, the King James is wrong because of this. And it's like, man, this has been answered. Like, I've known this has been answered since the 90s. How come you keep repeating these same lame arguments? And I guess one of the things is too, like most of the time I'm embroiled in, there's some, Christian or so-called Christian at times who is saying, well, the Bible has contradictions, or the King James is wrong, or the Textus Receptus is wrong. So I'm sort of fighting in amongst those groups. And usually the person is either a believer or at least, pretending to be a believer. And they're at least saying, hey, I believe the Bible. We're jumping into this arena. I know there are a lot of similarities because Bart Ehrman is one of the main players in the academy. And so there are similarities, but what I find is these guys just have shifting goalposts where it's so much easier to listen to what, say, was it Jonathan Burrows just did a video about study. It's like he's never even heard any of the argumentation from Textus Receptus people, from King James people. He just parroted whatever Mark Ward said. It's just completely wrong what he was going on about. But I'd sort of prefer that, because at least I can pull him back to a sort of standard and say, well, no, this is wrong. You've gotten this point wrong. With these guys, what they do is they tend to pile up arguments, whether they're good or bad or whatever. They just pile up a bunch of arguments. So say the whole thing of contradictions, like here, even in what's written here, the accounts in Acts 9, 22, and 26 are contradictory at numerous key points. So they're just like, well, there's already these 3 contradictions there. And then they'll point out, well, the Judas contradiction, that's another one in Acts. And so they can point out, 20 contradictions. But when you go through them meticulously one by one, there's no problem. They're easily harmonized. Like if you were just writing a book about anything and you had that type of, like say the one here, the accounts of Acts, it just comes down to someone understanding that the word heard, like, oh, I heard thunder, or I heard a car, or I heard a voice. You can hear a voice, but there can be a group of 10 people. One person heard what was said. The rest of them heard a voice, but they didn't hear what was said. So it just comes down to that type of distinction. So these guys oftentimes are actually biblically illiterate. They're not reading through the Bible, going through it and saying, oh, yeah, well, that perfectly harmonizes. They're just looking for problems that they can stack up in a pile so that can become a pillar of evidence against the Bible. So they'll just keep doing this. And so that's why we're going through meticulously looking at these evidences and one by one, just chopping them down and saying, look, it's not even a good case. Like if I was to become an atheist tomorrow, I wouldn't use these arguments. They're lame. Like I used to be an atheist. I used to use arguments against the Bible, but I would never use these ones because I know better now. You know what I mean? It's like you don't have to be a savant to figure out that in Acts 9, 22, and 26, yes, they're 3 different accounts, but they harmonize. You're not jumping like a poodle backwards through hoops or anything like that to harmonize them. All you're doing is just basically defining a word and saying, look, this word heard can mean you heard the specific details of things, or you just heard a sound. Like, even at Jesus, like, what was it when the Father just said, this is my beloved Son, hear him? And some people thought it thundered. They heard a sound, but they didn't hear what was said. And even Jesus would say, he who has ears to hear, let him hear. In other words, look, if you've got ears, you can hear things, but listen specifically to what I'm saying. So we even do that in the English language. We talk about, someone heard something, or, hey, did you hear what I said? Obviously everyone heard me speaking, but did you hear what I said? This type of thing. So this is the lame level of their contradictions, which I just think it's so pathetic. But of course, there are deceiving spirits out there. There are people who believe all sorts of stupid nonsense in the world. I mean, just look at politics. But when you realize there are Jehovah's Witnesses out there, Mormons out there, Roman Catholics, there are so many deceiving spirits. Of course, to attack the scriptures directly, like what Bart Ehrman does, this is a very deceptive type of thing. And I've got no doubt that some of these people actually believe there are problems with the Bible. Now, I think some of them have actually cashed in on their like testimony. I used to be a Christian, and what are you going to do with that? Well, you can go and get a job at full-on Walmart or something, or you can get on YouTube and tell everyone, hey, I've got the good oil now, and just basically parrot a whole bunch of stuff that's already out there. But it's usually stuff that's already out there and easily being debunked as well. And so it doesn't take much. You don't have to use a lot of grey matter to just figure these things out. Bart Ehrman makes out that anyone trying to harmonize anything is just, we're going leaps and bounds over what the normal average person would be doing. But we'll continue on with this video. So this is the last slide that we had up. So he'll talk about this, and then he's going to go on to talk about some of the places where there is agreement in the Gospels and things like that. So I'll just check all my vitals. So we've got James Sheffield is in the house, Jonathan Sheffield's father. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so I will make this. Yeah, Mark Ward did this apology for using a certain type of font. What else has been happening? This one, the debate analysis. And so you have Derek and you have Jonathan Sheffield. Now, I've listened to a fair bit of Derek's stuff lately. Sometimes I'll tune into his live stuff. I just don't rate it. I don't know why people would follow someone like that. He's just basically regurgitating a lot of Bart Ehrman's material. Like, it's almost like a presupposition that the Bible can just never have an original thought. They have to have gotten it from some ancient mystical Gilgamesh or something. You know what I mean? That there's just no room for like, well, this is an original type of thing. And the Bible always has to contradict itself. And any type of critical text methodology, whether it be deleting the last 12 verses of Mark, or the woman caught in adultery, or 1 John 5:7, you know, these type of things, that just gets adopted straight away because they know that this causes doubt and this causes anxiety and worry in people. And so, of course, they're going to use those. But then they use those, like someone like Derek uses the last 12 verses of Mark to say, well, the resurrection account in Mark, the women just ran away afraid. Isn't that crazy? And it's like, yeah, it is crazy because it's just not how it finishes. Why all of a sudden has Derek become an advocate for Vaticanus and Sinaiticus? How did he independently come to that type of thinking? But he's like, all the consensus. And so maybe before I start, I'll just talk about consensus because I've been thinking about it for a while. Now, here in Australia, there was quite a big church called Garden City Church, okay? Now, Garden City Church was an Assemblies of God church, big church, and I remember going there once to meet a friend. It's not the sort of church I would go to, but my friend was going there, and so and he had quite a lot of people coming out and street preaching with him from that church, and so I was into that. So I was meeting them to go street preaching, and what had happened there was they were just sort of like an independent type of church. Yes, they're part of a denomination, but they had their own assets. They own their own land. You know, people, the older congregation had paid for all that and all the rest of it. And they had this huge, big building there in Brisbane. Now, what happened was the Hillsong crew, they started sort of sneaking in, you know, in a sense where you'll see what I mean by sneaking in. Obviously, they're not doing it at first. They're just turning up and being, hey, I'm part of Hillsong, but I'm very interested in this church. And because they're both AOG churches, eventually some of these people make it onto the board. You know, they're popular people or whatever, and they get put onto the board. And what happens is eventually they stack the board. And there comes a time when all the assets from that church are put into the Hillsong, under the Hillsong banner. So then Hillsong owns that church. Basically, they just vote it out. So some of the older guys are like, hey, this is wrong. This should be an independent group. You know, Hillsong's got their own church. Yes, they've got all these other things happening around the world that are, you know, absolutely miserable, you know, horrible examples of Christianity. But, you know, the whole thing of Frank Houston raping 14 little boys, that's something that people really need to know about, and Brian Houston covering it all up. But beside that, this whole thing of stacking the board, they just get a bunch of Hillsong guys in there, and then eventually they're voting on things, and there's more Hillsong guys there than there are Garden City Church guys. So my friend explained this to me, and I was like, wow, that's pretty immoral. But you wouldn't expect much more from Hillsong. And so they stack the board, and then eventually it's all in the hands of Hillsong, okay? And there's not much anyone can do about it. And even some of the older guys quit out of a protest. Like they quit and they left that church out of protest, like this is immoral. So what's happened in the academy? Obviously these, places like, Oxford and Cambridge and Westminster, these places used to be great places of learning. And in some aspects they still are. In some aspects they are actually coming against knowledge. But when it comes to bibliology and the Bible text, instead of following through and following the advice of some of the founders of these colleges, and some of the main people who are still looked up to and revered, what they've done is they've shifted it, and they've adopted the Westcott and Hort style bibliology. And what this has done, I used to have a picture. I was looking for it this morning. I couldn't find it, but it was a picture of a little tree, like a tiny little tree. And there's a guy watering it, and he's got a rope around the tree connecting to a rope around his neck, like a noose around his neck. So he's actually watering the tree, and eventually that tree is going to grow up and it's going to hang him. It's going to hang himself. And this is what these groups have done. They've gone through and they've adopted what, regardless of how they adopted it, whether it was voluntarily or boards were stacked, or I know, like, say someone like Westcott and Hort and their methodology, when the Bible societies were doing Textus Receptus Bibles, Masoretic text Bibles, they were to make their foreign language Bibles akin to the King James. But then all of a sudden, Westcott and Hort have a brand new ShamWow, never seen before Greek text that's based on 2 rotten manuscripts. And so they're like, well, we've got to adopt this now. So they start putting pressure on all these foreign Bible societies to adopt this text. And some of them adopt a little bit of it. Some of them adopt the whole thing. But eventually they all come on board, and they, that eventually becomes United Bible Societies. And so we see that regardless of what happened, whether it was pressure or whether people were sacked and other people were put in, or just, there might have been stick in the muds who just wanted their Bible to remain Textus Receptus based. And I guess, they just waited until that person died, and then it's like, cool, now he's out of the way. Let's just introduce it. And this is what's happened in the academy. And so, it's a bit like the whole saying of, or if you cut a flower, it can still live for a while. That flower, most of us know you get flowers from the shop and they're all cut at the bottom, but they're not going to grow. There's no stem there. There's no foundation for them to live. So they stay bright for a while, and then they all wither and die. So this is what's happened with bibliology in most Western institutions, in the academies. These things have been cut at the roots. There's been a replacement with the Westcott and Hort text, the critical text, and also it's not just the Westcott and Hort text, it's the methodology of how you interpret scripture, but also there are a lot of retranslations. So some words haven't changed, but they're just redefined. And so in all these Bibles, I have to come up to speed with monogenes doesn't mean only begotten anymore. It means only or unique, one of a kind, this type of thing. So they have to go through all these language Bibles and change that everywhere. So this is a huge problem. And what this has done, the Westcott Hort text, has hung the academy. And so does that affect me? Not really. I mean, I have to do these videos to show people this type of thing and warn people, hey, you've probably got the wrong text. You've basically got a text that's based on Westcott and Hort Unitarians who didn't believe in the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit being a Trinity, didn't believe in the deity of Christ. Yet George Van Smith was one of the main guys who helped Westcott and Hort do this text. There were a whole bunch of other weird, wonderful, wacky people who were involved with these, with this movement, and even Westcott and Hort themselves were weirdos, you know. But then when it comes down to going through the Nestle text all the way through to, say, Metzger, Carlo Martini, Kurt Aland, these guys basically rehash the Westcott and Hort text, and they're just still going with that. So someone like, you know, Derek from Myth Vision or CJ Cornthwaite or Bart Ehrman, they just go, yes, what their decisions were, I've adopted 100%. And so they see it as like neutral scholarship. And even someone like James White or Dan Wallace, they claim that this is neutral, that there's no barrier to push. There's no presupposition that they hold to hold on to those particular readings or to delete particular readings. But they do have a presupposition. And so this is why I find it so strange when you jump into the world of agnosticism, atheism, skepticism. These guys are all pretty much critical text guys, and it's like, why would you have that? You know, it's a bit like, imagine if I jumped into anti-Christian apologetics, but I adopted just the Jesuit way of looking at things, or the Jehovah's Witness way of looking at things, or the Mormon way of looking at things. It's like, I can clearly see that you're doing that. I can clearly see that you're just adopting the critical text because, you know, this is my forte, showing where the TR differs from the critical text. But these guys are just adopting that. And it comes down to the consensus. Oh, well, the consensus of scholars. But the consensus of scholars can be Jesuits, you know, other Roman Catholics, Mormons, Unitarians, liberals, you know, weirdo. It can be anyone. And so, this is the amazing thing, that these guys are just jumping in both feet into the deep end and saying, hey, I'm a critical text guy too. Inadvertently, they're saying that, which shows that they're not really using their mental faculties to come to that position. They're just adopting a position that's already there, which shows that they're not really thinking. And the same thing about these contradictions. Like, surely they can see that there are people out there with good answers to these contradictions, so-called. And it's like, why can't they just go, yeah, I think they've got a good point there, and Bart Ehrman is completely wrong on that. But it's almost like they don't bite the hand that feeds. They want to ride on the coattails of Bart Ehrman. And Bart Ehrman says the dumbest things. I mean, really, when I went, people were like, oh, misquoting Jesus and Jesus interrupted. And so I went through and listened to that. And I don't know anyone who's listened to his stuff more than me. When I originally got the Jesus interrupted and misquoting Jesus, one of them was in chapter form, so you'd have to listen to the whole chapter. The other one was like paragraph form, like they'd have maybe one or two paragraphs, and it'll go for like 2 or 3 minutes, and that was it. So that was the sound bite that I had. And back in the day, you could put everything on repeat. You know, I guess you still can, you know, but I would put these things on repeat and just listen and listen and listen and listen, sometimes 20, 30 times, until I got exactly what he was saying. And then I would go home, listen to this sort of stuff, think about this sort of stuff, and study it and go, oh, that's pretty lame. There's really no substance to what he's saying there. Like, say, one of the main things that he brings up. Now, I'm talking about going back nearly 20 years, 15 years or whatever, when these things came out in audio. And I remember going through Codex Bezer. Okay, so Bart Ehrman makes this huge deal about Codex Bezer. Codex Bezer has this reading where Jesus healed someone out of anger. He was angry and he healed him. And it's like one manuscript out of so many, just one manuscript. And I think the only Bible version that's ever put that in is like the NIV or something. And I think now they've actually changed it back, like, because it was just following this one weird reading. And that just shows you that people see, the thing is, we think, oh, NIV, that's the Christians doing it. No, it's people who are pretty much unbelievers, a mix of people like Bart Ehrman, you know, a whole bunch of other, like even Dan McClellan, he's working on some sort of Bible project at the moment. Jennifer Knust, she's working, she was the head principal editor of the NRSV update. Bart Ehrman worked on the original NRSV in the 1980s. It's like these guys are not, you know, like if I ran into them in the street and started talking about God, even in their heyday, when they're saying, oh, I loved God and I was defending the Bible, like, I don't think we would get along. They would hate me, because I would see them as completely liberal, completely given over to the things of this world, completely given over to strange and weird concepts. And we wouldn't get along, you know, that. And so to me, that shows that there's something wrong with it's an opposing spirit. There's animosity there, where usually when I run into a Christian, we're on the same page. You know, I've gone, you know, to many places around the world. You run into people and it's like there's this kindred spirit. You know, when I'm sharing things, they're like, yeah, they're like truths that I know. They're like, yeah, and they're sharing the same type of things. I'm like, yeah, that's great. Learning from each other, growing, where these guys would just be, you know, who on earth would follow someone like Bruce Metzger? Bruce Metzger is just a heretic. Well, why on earth would you do that? Like, I know people want to get, you know, academic. You know, they want letters after their name. And sure, Bart Ehrman, you know, he's become the guru by doing this, but it's like, at what cost? You know, you're just so compromised. It's, you know, there's probably no one in the academy that I would want to follow. Like, yeah, someone like N.T. Wright. I mean, who on earth is that? You know, you read his stuff and it's just like, it's just so weird and strange. But all of these people have the wrong bibliology. They have the wrong text. They have the wrong methodology. And so inadvertently, this causes them to be unbelievers. So whether they're unbelievers still going to a church, or whether they're unbelievers and they just say, hey, you know, I'm over this, and they leave the church. But still, if they've invested a whole bunch of time and effort into something, they still want to be, you know, the gurus, the doctors, the ones, the go-to person who knows stuff that you don't. And so, of course, if people have invested, you know, 5 or 10 years of their life into studying something, and they're going to leave Christianity, well, what better thing to do than just come out and say, hey, you know, there's all these problems. But the thing is, too, they're trained to think that there is problems. One of the worst things that a Christian can do is go to seminary. It's like, now I know there are differences in some seminaries, but for the most part, they go in, they're excited about God, they want to learn more, and then they just end up falling off this cliff. And most of them never really recover. And I look at this and I'm just like, man, you're way better off just studying things yourself. And what happens too is people have this whole concept, and this is taught in seminary, that these teachers, these gurus, know better than you. They have the good oil. You're just a student. And many people don't stray far. The apple doesn't stray far from the tree. Many people don't stray far from the teachings that they got. So I run into people and they're like, oh, well, I learned at this, you know, facility. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you think about this? And just say it's a John MacArthur thing, they'll parrot John MacArthur. Just say it's a Pentecostal thing, they'll parrot Pentecostalism. Just say it's a fundamentalist Baptist, they'll parrot that. If it's, you know, what's that guy's name? Stephen Anderson. If they're a new IFB guy, they'll parrot him. You know, even if they've left his movement and everything, they've still got that mindset. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And unfortunately, some people can't critique key fundamental things that they've learned, because they have this concept that the guru was right and what they're saying was so true, and they don't question that. And my take is question everything. I used to sort of think that I was just being fussy. People would say things, I'm like, and I would always be correcting things and having caveats like, well, I sort of believe like this guy, but I'm not into this, I'm not into that, I don't believe this, and I'd be really fussy about things. But what I'm realizing now is that's actually just you're going through and you're creating your own understanding. Not creating your own understanding, you're recognizing certain distinctions that someone can have from being in a denomination. Some people are in a denomination, and just because they're born in a certain church or a denomination or under a certain pastor, they think that that's their lot in life. It's like, well, you barrack for this certain football team, they're always going to be good, and they're always going to be the best, and I'm always going to defend them. And and some people are born into a Methodist type of thing, or they joined a Baptist church or whatever, and they're like, that's it, and they can't think outside of that box. But I think it's good to question everything, and I especially question the movement that you're in. Like, that's probably one of the biggest things you can do, because people will jump into some church and they'll be there questioning the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Mormons and the Catholics, and they'll make their apologetic for all those things. But oftentimes they're not even just questioning what they're involved with. Like, why do we do what we do? It just becomes part of their ritual, and then that just becomes part of their doctrine. And what I found too, many people are not interested in renewing the mind, like it says in Romans. So Romans talks about, do not be conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. And what that is, the renewing of your mind is basically getting rid of your old thought patterns and putting in the new thought patterns, which can mean getting rid of Old Testament thought patterns, because the New Testament is something completely different. Like, it involves God, it involves having a relationship with God and all the rest of it. But it's like comparing horse and cart to a Lamborghini. It's very different. So if you have these old covenant mindsets, you can just get stuck in a rut. So you can be there thinking like horse and cart in your mind, and you jump into a Lamborghini, you don't know what to do. You don't realize you press that button and the window goes up and down. You might know a few things, and after a while you're sort of chugging along, but it's like you really need to be transformed by the renewing of your mind and have a new covenant mindset. But also just being renewed in the mind, that's not going to Bible school or seminary. What it is getting the Word of God and putting the Word of God in place of your thoughts. But also the Bible says in James, you can know the Word of God, but if you don't do it, you deceive yourself. So a lot of people think that just knowledge in general is going to help them. That's a huge part of it, but it's not the be all end all. You have to live this out. And so if you run into people who aren't really living as a Christian, they're self-deceived. They've deceived themselves that just knowledge is the goal, where the Bible does say, be transformed by the renewing of your mind so that you can do things. So I might actually get that scripture up, because it seems like a pretty good theme. What's it? Romans 12. I beseech ye therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. And so very, very good advice here. And the next verse is just as powerful. It says, for I say, through the grace given unto me, grace is the power of God that helps you, to every man that is among you, not to think of himself more highly than he ought to think, but to think soberly, according as God has dealt to every man the measure of faith. So the thing is, when you do things for God, it's God in you, helping you, guiding you. Okay, but when you do the will of God, Jesus was very clear. If you do the will of God, you will know true doctrine. I'm just going to look this up. It's in John. No. Will of God. True doctrine, I'm pretty sure. Yes, so it's in John 7:17. It says, if any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God or whether I speak of myself. So when you're doing the will of God, that's when the lights go on. It's not so much when you know, it's all in your head and you're walking around, and the thing is, if you, we often would point to someone having a big head or whatever, but if your head goes forward and goes further than your feet, you will fall forward. If your head stays backwards and goes, retracts, and your feet go forward, you'll fall backwards. And so it's a pretty common thing that people learn a whole bunch of stuff, but they're not doing it. And so that's what the Bible is very clear in James, like, do the will of God. We need to be doing the will of God. And if any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God. And this is the thing. Don't just check with people who are smart, who just know a bunch of stuff. Check with people who are actually doing the will of God, who take the Bible seriously. Now, 1/3 of Jesus' ministry was healing the sick. 1/3 of his ministry was casting out demons. And the other third was preaching. Okay. So at least, if you're going to get advice from someone or you're going to follow someone, make sure that they're doing stuff that Jesus did or the disciples did. At least they're evangelistic. At least they've got in their mind the concept that people are going to heaven, people are going to hell, not just someone who's like, hey, I know the Greek language, I'm a smarty pants. That can actually deceive themselves, that they think that they're doing the will of God. But if you actually do the will of God, there's a switch that goes on inside of you, and you actually are able to discern whether it's of God or whether things are just of this world, and so Jesus is very clear about that in John 7:17. So anyway, I'm starting to preach, and we want to get into this this video. So Tribe with Fire is in the house and says, blessings all. He knows there's more attestation for Jesus Christ than any other person of antiquity, but he chooses to ignore those and many other infallible proofs. And that's one of the things where people are willingly ignorant of things. It's right in front of them. Like when we're talking about creationism, I mean, to just look at a cell or to look at a flower, to look at, a puppy, and to say that that is not from God, you have to be at a certain level of deception. And the thing is too, like, we're living in an age where, you can show someone a video of a baby getting aborted, and people are like, I don't care, I'm going to go and get one, I'm going to get 10, and they're just like that's what they're seeing in front of them. It doesn't affect them at all. They're just callous. And so sometimes you show facts to people, and I used to ignorantly think that if you just showed people the facts, then they'll go, oh yeah, I've been wrong all this time. Let's adopt those facts and my life will change. But oftentimes you're just dealing with someone who's stubborn in their mind. There's pride, ego. There's a whole bunch of things that many people have. And a lot of Christians have this too. So, when I say Christians, I should say a lot of church-going people who are stuck in their way of doing everything, and they can't think outside of that. And so you show them a truth and they're not interested. That they'll actually fight against you. And this is an interesting thing where I was listening to someone a few months back, and they were actually just talking about the concept of someone saying that they have truth. Now, it wasn't a Christian thing, but they tapped into something that was very pertinent, and I've felt it a lot, where if you make a truth claim, people will attack that claim. It's just like, blood cells, coming against some sort of cancer or something. It's like you have made a statement. Hey, this is the final statement for this. This is what either the Bible says, or this is what logic says, or this is what science says, or whatever. And people will just line up to just the old was it Flying High movies where they're all lined up and they're all just punching some hysterical woman in the flight seat. If you haven't seen that movie, it's pretty lame. It's just a comedy. But it's like that. You've made a truth claim, and people will just try and attack on that because that's just the way of the world. And if you make certain truth claims, people will turn around and say, hey, that's your truth. I've got my truth. And a lot of Christians are like that too. And that's where, when it comes down to the Bible and which Bible is it? Oh, well, that's your understanding. And, that's your Bible. We've got our Bible. And it's like, no, there's not two Bibles. There's one Bible. And if you're saying that you're following another text, you're just wrong. And this is why I usually challenge people and say, look, I'll debate you anywhere, anytime on this issue, because usually it shuts them up. I mean, a lot of people don't want to debate, but what I'm sort of saying is, hey, I've got the receipts here. I can back up what I'm saying. I can defend what I'm saying, and I can easily poke holes in what you're involved with. But then they just turn around and attack you or ignore you, or that they're just not interested. And so it becomes one of those truth claims. And so deep down, they either hate you or ignore you, or if they're vocal and prideful, I guess, they will publicly, say things against you. And so that happens all the time. Timepiece Gentleman says, Mormons and Muslims love Dr. Ehrman for some odd reason. And it's strange because Muslims are actually told in the Quran that the Bible itself is accurate. How can it be accurate if it has all these contradictions? And you'll see people, I watch videos come up of Preacher's Corner or whatever, Free Speech Corner in England, where you'll have a Christian there and a bunch of Muslims asking questions. And it's just the same old drivel that Bart Ehrman is spewing forward. It's not even an issue. Like, these things are just you can just Google search there, ChatGPT these, and you'll come up and half the time too, that's why when I'm live like this, I'll show people just where to get the information. It's like 2 or 3 clicks away. Oh, there you go. There's a definitive answer that will just absolutely write off what Bart Ehrman said. And it just goes to show you that these people aren't really interested in steel manning arguments that come against them. What they do is they keep it blurry and say, well, there's 500 different arguments. The Catholics make a claim, the Jehovah's Witnesses make a claim, and these other people. So why would your claim be more truthful? It's like, well, why don't you just deal with the claim rather than just say, well, there's a whole bunch of other things. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people saying that something made us, created us, whatever, some God or whatever. But it's like, we're specifically dealing with Christian claims here. And he's claiming there's contradictions in the Bible. I challenge Bart Ehrman. I'll debate him any day of the week on all these issues that he's brought up. I mean, there hasn't even really been an issue where it's like, that's a bit, I have to jump through some hoops to figure that out. It's like, once you just start reading a few things, you're like, is it that simple? You know what I mean? It's like, how come he's just complicated things, or he's just twisted a word here and there, or he's gone with the modern critical text, which has problems and has errors in it. And so, and that's the thing. He can stand there and say, hey, the Bible has errors, because his Bible does have errors. And I guess, us who have a TR position, we follow the King James, we know that our text doesn't have errors, and he would just call us a fringe group, a King James only group. So there's just a ad hominem attack there instead of dealing with the arguments. He should really just go through and just deal with the arguments. But he doesn't. He just says his point of view, and then he just says there's a million people out there trying to debunk this. I guess you can make up anything, and then he just moves on to another contradiction, sort of thing. Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house, living the dream. Analytical Apex says, wisdom is before him that hath understanding, but the eyes of a fool are on the ends of the earth. Yes, that's exactly right. And the answers against these guys are just right there. I mean, you can probably just chat GPT this sort of stuff. Just use Google. It's like sometimes I'm arguing against someone. I'm like, just try the internet. It's like some of these things are so simple. But anyway, we've let's just jump straight into this. I'll just check the vitals. Okay, we're muted. And I'll go full screen. Okay. I press the button. There we go.
One another at numerous points, as you can see. So you have to ask, how reliable are witnesses that contradict each other?
Well, they don't contradict each other, and so they are very reliable. They contradict each other only just because you don't understand the Greek language or the English language. That's all it really comes down to.
Good question. The gospel reports. Most of our information about the resurrection of Jesus come from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and they agree on a number of important issues. They agree that Jesus was crucified on a Friday. They all say that he was buried by Joseph of Arimathea. He's said in all four accounts to have been raised on the third day, on the Sunday. One or more women go to the tomb on the third day, on a Sunday morning. The stone is either rolled away from the tomb when they get there, or it rolls away when they arrive. Jesus is not in the tomb. One or more men or angels are in the tomb. And the women learn that Jesus has been raised. Okay. That's what they agree on. So that part's good. Those are the stories that early Christians were telling about the resurrection of Jesus. All these points, probably. This is what people said about the resurrection.
Okay, so let's just quickly go through this list. Jesus was crucified on a Friday. No. Jesus was not crucified on a Friday. He was crucified on a Thursday. And so we did go through this timeline in the previous videos. But basically, where people get this wrong is they assume that the Sabbath being spoken of after the Passover is a weekly Sabbath. It's not. The Sabbath being spoken of was always after the Passover celebration. So they had the Passover day, and then from sundown on the Thursday night, that was a Sabbath. It's called a high Sabbath. So if you know the Old Testament, you look into the New and you put that Hebrew cultural element upon the New Testament, because that's what Jesus was living under. We can't just go by the definition of Friday, because Friday means preparation day, okay? But the thing is, if you've got a 2 Sabbaths in a row, the Thursday becomes preparation day. So this is where people, they assume that because it says preparation day, oh, that's a Friday, because that's the Greek word for Friday. But it actually means like a preparation day. So, and clearly the Bible talks about it's a day of preparation. And also Jesus was pretty clear. He said 3 days and 3 nights. If you got Friday and then Saturday, well, where's the 3 nights? It's only 2 nights. It's ridiculous. And so this is one of the problems. Mainstream Christianity has a lot of daft and weird and strange interpretations of that they don't have a good apologetic to explain this. And this is where, if you want to get into apologetics, if you want to win people over to the accuracy of Scripture, you've got to know these arguments. And so a lot of people have just never studied these things. So I think most people who have studied these things would instantly see that Friday doesn't match up. It just doesn't. It's like that's the worst argument, But then a lot of people actually go too far and they say it's a Wednesday crucifixion. But then it's 4 nights. It's like Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. It's like 4 nights. Like, you don't have to be a mathematician to work out that the only day that fits in with what Jesus said is the Thursday. And so to me, this is very clear. I've believed this for years and years, probably 25 years. In my Easter articles that I wrote from 2005 onwards, I've claimed that claim and specifically pointed it out. And I think it's very important for us to know this and to not just have a cursory look or go, hey, Chuck Missler, this and that. Like, you've got to study it yourself, because like this is actually the most important sign. Like, let me just show you the importance of what's being said here. Well, as Jonah was 3 days. Okay, KJV. Let's have a look. Matthew 12:40. Now I'll get the chapter because it might be a verse before or after. Okay, so it says, listen to this. Certain of the scribes and Pharisees answered, saying, Master, we would see a sign from thee. We want to see a sign from you. But he answered and said to them, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it but the sign of the prophet Jonas. So this is the only sign that's given. Now listen to what that sign is. It says, the men of Nineveh, it says, for as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Now, I don't necessarily think that that's just talking about 3 and 3, 3 days, 3 nights. And if people, they can't work that out, it's like, okay, well, I can understand where people are coming from when they think it's a Friday, because in the scriptures it says the next day was a Sabbath, but it was a high Sabbath, a bit like after every New Year's Eve party we have, the next day is New Year's Day. It's just going to follow. So after every Passover, they always had a high Sabbath holiday. Now, it just so happened to be Jesus was crucified on the Thursday, and then the whole Friday was a Sabbath. The whole Saturday was a weekly Sabbath. So there were 2 Sabbaths in a row, and this clears everything up. If you follow through and look at any seeming contradiction in the Bible, or even people trying to say in Matthew, I think it's 27 or 28, it says after the Sabbath, but it's plural there. It clears that up too. It's after the rest. Sabbath just means rest. Now, the King James says after the Sabbath, but in the Greek, it's after the Sabbaths, plural. So it fits in with this. Like, there's no problem. I can look at the TR, I can look at the King James and go, oh, they're the same. And so, so the thing is, the main thing is to understand about the crucifixion. Jesus, he died, he went into Sheol, and then he came back out after 3 days, and he rose from the dead. But it's pretty clear in this that it was 3 days and 3 nights. Now, all you have to do is just draw out a little diagram. Okay, this day is, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, if he died on a Wednesday, how many nights are there? Just count them. And the thing is, too, you've got to know that midnight is our date change. We like, just look at New Year's, we count down and everything. If we were Jews, we would count down at 6 o'clock for the next day, 6 o'clock at night. So imagine you're having a New Year's party, and it's like, or a Passover party, and you're counting down. You're like, 3, 2, 1, it's 6 o'clock, or basically when the sun went down. So as soon as the sun went down, the day changed to the next day. So if you understand that, which is just basically understanding how the Hebrews dated things, then you clearly see that Thursday fits. And so anyway, I know I've already upset lots of people, because some people don't agree with me on this, but I haven't heard a good rebuttal. And so, yeah, the 3 days and 3 nights is there. Jesus talks about it. Tribe with Fire says, above, I was going to say greetings instead of blessings, but looked at how the word greetings is always used in Scripture and have decided not to anymore. Okay. Greetings to you, Calvin. No, don't greet me. James 1:1, etc. Okay, so the first one, this is where he's saying they agree. This is sort of like, poor apologetics. Jesus is crucified on a Friday. So all this does, popular Christianity, who haven't really done all the math and all the homework on this, say it's Friday. It's very common. Catholics will say that, all the rest of it. So that way he can go, oh, it's a contradiction. There's a problem here. Was it Friday? Was it 3 nights? And so he just points out that there's issues, and it's like, yeah, that would be a contradiction if he did die on Friday, but if he died on Thursday, no contradiction. So obviously Bart Ehrman's going to go with something that creates a contradiction. And he says he's buried by Joseph of Arimathea. I don't think there's any problem with that. He's raised on the 3rd day. And that's one of the things when you're doing a timeline of which day Jesus died. He's raised on the 3rd day, not after the 3rd day. People go, oh, well, it's exactly 74 hours, 3 days and 3 nights, and they add it all up. But it's very clear he will rise on the 3rd day, not after. One or more women go to the tomb. Yeah, so some say one woman went, or actually they all have plural women there, as far as I can remember. I remember looking into this so-called contradiction. It was like, oh, there's plural women who went there. All you have to do is just like read the next verse, or just read a little bit further, and it's like, oh, that answers that. They just got one verse, but who knows what Bible they're reading, or whether they think there's a variant there, so we have to, go with a certain strange thing. The stone is rolled away or rolls away when they arrive. Jesus. So I'm not sure about that. The stone is rolled away or rolls away when they arrive. I guess that could be maybe he's looking at the Greek and how that's mentioned there. I'm not sure, and so we'll look into that one. But this is actually saying where they agree. So he probably won't go back over these ones. So maybe I should just quickly look at it now. Okay, stone. I'll just type in Bart Ehrman said where the Gospels agree the stone is rolled away or rolls away when they arrive. What is he talking about? So AI says, Bart Ehrman is pointing to a specific discrepancy in the resurrection narratives of the Gospels regarding the timing of the stone being moved. Okay. When he says where the Gospels agree, he's focusing on a point of commonality that in his view actually highlights the contradictory details of how and when the stone was moved. So that's from Reddit. Here is what he's talking about based on the analysis in how Jesus became God and other works. So the agreement, the surface narrative, Mark 16:4, Luke 24:2, and John 21, the women arrive at the tomb and the stone is already rolled away. They find the tomb already open. The discrepancy is in Matthew's account, the stone is not already moved when they arrive. Instead, a violent earthquake occurs and an angel descends from heaven and rolls away the stone while the women are watching. Okay, I've got to read that. Okay, Matthew 28. And I guess this is one of the things too, like I'm trying to familiarize myself with a lot of these atheistic, skeptical type arguments, because oftentimes I can't be bothered with this because it's usually just such a nothing burger when you look into it. And the thing is, it's not really that challenging where, you know, something like Revelation 16:5, and people saying, hey, there's no manuscript evidence for it. And I'm like, no, there's all the manuscript evidence points towards it. And they're like, well, how do you get to that? Or 1 John 5:7. Oh, there's no evidence for that. And it's like, no, there's evidence for it. Listen to this. That's the type of thing that I enjoy and I love, and I enjoy helping people to understand, things about, proper textual criticism, not, modern tainted textual criticism. But let's just read this. Okay, so it says in Matthew 28, at the end of the Sabbath, remember I was just saying that that's plural. So that fits in with our Thursday thing, the end of the Sabbath. Now, I'll just prove this. If we go to Matthew 28:1, because I've heard people say, well, this is a contradiction. I've heard Seventh-day Adventists say, why is it plural Sabbath? The King James has a mistake here, da da da. So let's go to the Greek. Look, this is just the bog standard interlinear Sabbaton, and it says the Sabbaths. Now, why would the King James have singular there? Because if you had 10 Sabbaths in a row, it's just called a Sabbath. It's like a holiday. At the end of the holiday, you can have one day, it's like, oh, well, I had a holiday. Or 7 days, oh, I had a holiday. That's all they're doing. They're not mistranslating it. They knew the languages very well. People say that this is a problem in the King James. It's simply not. It's just, and if you're reading it in Greek, clearly it's plural. So it's the Sabbaths. So how do you get around that without having a Thursday? And the thing is too, if it's a Wednesday, then the Thursday would be a Sabbath. The Friday would just be a normal day, business as usual. Why didn't they go to the tomb then? Obviously, they had 2 Sabbaths in a row. It just clears everything up. It just, so here we have, Nestle, Sabbaton. All of them have Sabbaton. Textus Receptus, 1550, Sabbaton. So it's very clear. And when we look at Scrivener has Sabbaton. And there's no problem with that. There's no problem with me having a TR position and a King James position. They complement each other. There's no issue there. So I just thought I'd point that out while we were there, because we did mention it, and it was like, oh, that's that scripture I was just talking about. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to the sepulchre. And behold, there was an earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled away the stone from the door and sat upon it. And his countenance was like lightning, and his raiment as snow. And for fear of him did the keepers did shake and became as dead men. Yet the angel answered and said unto the woman, fear not ye, for I know that ye seek Jesus, which was crucified. Okay, so I can see, he is risen, come see the place where he lay. So they've seen the, this is all part of one narrative. So that's good. At least it's like one of those seeming contradictions that has differences rather than, oh, it's just the same thing, but they just read into it whatever they want. So I guess we'll go through that. That will be a good one to go through, actually. So I might just quickly see what I've got here. Find. All right, I'm just going to see if I can find an article on this. Okay. I'll keep going. Dun, dun, dun. Just making noise so you know I'm still here. Okay, well, maybe I should just do this the easiest way possible. Chat GPT. Okay, so how do Christians explain the so-called contradiction in Matthew where the women saw the stone rolled away, but other accounts say differently? Okay. Okay, so this is one of the standard resurrection discrepancy arguments, but when you actually line up the text carefully, the issue is less a contradiction and more a matter of compression versus expansion of narrative detail. Let's go step by step. So this is ChatGPT. Okay. What the Gospel of Matthew actually says, Matthew 28, 1-2, it says, the women come to the tomb, there's a great earthquake, and the angel descends and rolls back the stone. At face value, this could sound like the women saw the stone being rolled away. What the other Gospels are saying in Mark 16:4, the women arrive, the stone's already been rolled away. Yeah, that's a really good point, because did they stand there and watch it being rolled away? You know, that's pretty much what Ehrman's saying. Gospel of Luke 24:2 says the stone already was rolled away. Gospel of John 20 verse 1 says Mary Magdalene comes, the stone is already taken away. So the apparent contradiction is in Matthew, it describes the stone being rolled away, where in others it says it was already rolled away when they arrived. So the critics argue, did the women see it happen or was it already done? So the key issue, the Greek narrative structure, the resolution hangs on how Matthew 28:2 is written. In Greek, it uses idou, which is behold, very common Greek word. Aorist verbs often used for background events, not strictly sequential time. And so it's not just saying this is a chronological sequence. This is just sort of what happened. This allows the verse to be understood as a flashback or explanatory aside, not necessarily a moment happening in front of the women. So the flow can be like this. The women came to the tomb. Now, behold, idou, there had been a great earthquake and the angel rolled back the stone. And they encountered the angel. A harmonized timeline, a standard conservative explanation. A coherent reconstruction looks like this. Before the women arrive, the earthquake occurs. The angel rolls away the stone. The guards are terrified. Matthew mentions them, others don't. Women are on the way. They wonder who will roll away the stone. Mark 16:3. They arrive. The stone is already rolled away. Mark, Luke, and John, not Matthew. They encounter angels. Different Gospels focus on different speakers or details. Why Matthew mentions the rolling? Matthew emphasizes his apologetic and theological. His emphasis is apologetic and theological. Shows divine intervention, earthquake, and an angel. Explains why the tomb is open. Includes guards to counter the claims of body theft. He includes details the others omit, not to contradict, but to supplement. A technical principle, non-contradictory selectivity. All four Gospels select details, compress events, and focus on different witnesses. This is normal in ancient history literature. It has historiography, there we go. A contradiction would require the stone was not rolled away before they arrived. Yeah, that's such a good point. It's just details. It's like, okay, the women went there, and like it's saying, idou, behold this, and so, there's it's not like they turned up and there's, the tomb was shut and Jesus didn't rise from the dead. Yeah, that's a contradiction, but they get into these details, and it's just how you read them or how you, and the thing is too, like, would you trust Bart Ehrman to know Greek, to know the languages? I wouldn't trust him to even know just English to be able to explain. Like, could he still man this argument? Could he turn around, like, every time he does, like, explain someone's argument, he usually starts giggling, starts mocking, starts saying, yeah, well, you can explain anything. Well, some of my students, they have the wackiest ideas. Aliens could have come down from heaven, and just starts like behaving like this. Where could he actually go, okay, well, this is what the Christians teach, and go through it line by line and go through it meticulously, and then explain, okay, well, this is why I disagree with it. Bottom line, the tension dissolves once you recognize Matthew includes the cause, the angel rolling the stone. The others describe the result, the stone already moved. Matthew's wording allows for the prior event, not necessarily one witnessed live. So the accounts are complementary, not contradictory. They are describing different aspects of the same sequence. And this is ChatGPT. You know what I mean? It's like, this isn't, hey, apologist so-and-so. This is just ChatGPT just saying there's no contradiction here. And it seems pretty clear. So let's just go back to Matthew. Now, where are we? Matthew 28. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, so it's like and idhu, behold. So sometimes it's like translated as lo, lo, this happened, or behold, it's a very common word, idhu. And you do say the delta there is in the modern Greek. You say delta in what they label as Erasmarian. It's North American. They say idu, but we say idhu. If you're learning modern. There was a great earthquake. And so, yeah, I can see that. It's saying, okay, Mary, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to the sepulchre, full stop. And it's like, and behold, there was a great earthquake. There was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone of the door and sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning. His raiment was as white as snow. And for fear of them, the keepers did shake and became as dead men. Okay, so it doesn't say that they saw that. So it's very important when you go through that. And then it says, and the angel answered and said to the women, fear ye not, for I know ye seek Jesus, which was crucified. And so it doesn't say at all that they saw it. It's like, it's just a nothing burger, like seriously. And I guess as we go along, I still want to do like a definitive video on the Judas thing and just explain it. So every time people go, what about the Judas contradictions? I'm just like, okay, well, here you go. And I'll just show them that video. But I want to go through and make videos on these ones too, and just show how, because I'm sure there's way more to it. I've just ChatGPT'd it, and it's like, it's given me a really good answer. Like Bart Ehrman just sort of makes out that you have to have these presuppositions in your mind, and you don't want to upset your pastor because you found a contradiction, and you don't want to go against Jesus, even though you spotted a problem, but you're just lying to yourself because you want to stay in the church. And he just makes up all this stuff, and it's like, if he was to steel man this argument, it's pretty clear, And so this is actually under where they agree. So he's brought this up, and like I said, you got to watch for his weasel words. One or more women go to the tomb. Now that's a whole nother one that we have looked at recently. And when Bart Ehrman did his farewell speech, I'm pretty sure I went through that one, and it just comes down to the plural women in the very next verse. So we won't go through that today. But yeah, the stone rolled away or rolls away when they arrive. No, if you're just having a cursory look through and you're not thinking about that, if you're like reading like a Sunday school sort of tale and you just read through it and go, well, that must have happened when they turned up. No, it's pretty clear. And behold, there was a great earthquake. The angel of the Lord descended from heaven, came, rolled back the stone, and sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning, his raiment white as snow. And for fear of him, the keepers did shake and became as dead men. And then after that, the angel answered and said to the woman, don't fear. So it doesn't say they saw that at all. It doesn't say that happened when they arrived. So he's put that in there. And this is the thing with Bart Ehrman. Anyway, Jesus is not in the tomb. Okay, so he's saying this is, everyone agrees with that. One or more men or angels is at the tomb. Okay. The women learn Jesus has been raised. So he's saying these are just common things that everyone can believe. So let's continue.
Resurrection, no matter whether you're in Ephesus or in Rome or in Jerusalem, they have these nuts and bolts about the story that they agree on, probably, I guess. We don't know if they agreed in Jerusalem and Rome because we don't have any records apart from these Gospels. But these Gospels are...
We don't have any records apart from these Gospels. And so, the writings of the early church writers, and they're not witnesses at all. And also, they don't back up these Gospels. Josephus, in his writings, he talks about certain things. And so, but we'll go through all that because I know there's pushback. But let's just continue on this.
Interesting, particularly because they can't agree with one another about the details in significant ways. Some of the differences...
Okay, before he goes on and says, you can just make up anything. Aliens came down. Jesus just floated down in a bubble, or God the Father came down and did something. Just making up fantastical things that no one's really saying. Instead of just dealing with the text and dealing with the issues, and also there in any type of story, historical story, any type of plot, any movie, there is tension. So there are certain things that people leave out until the end because they want people to know that, hey, this big event happens at the end. So they don't mention everything beforehand, or else it's just like like reading a commission report or something. It's like, well, then it's so boring. Where some of these are written from a perspective where they want people to have the same type of catharsis that they had, because they're like, man, we've run away from Jesus. The soldiers have come and grabbed him, and all this stuff's happened. So they probably didn't have this huge, release of like, hey, Jesus is risen from the dead until, they saw him, or, they've gone to the tomb, and some of them are like, I'm believing that this really happened. The women, etc. And so things are written in a certain way to give you that same type of, when you're reading something and you're like, wow, that's amazing. It's just so good. I remember as a new Christian reading through Genesis and getting to the point where Joseph revealed himself to his brothers. And I was just like, oh, this is amazing. This is the best literature ever. This is better than Hollywood. This is so cool. This is amazing. Like the whole story about the injustices and everything that happened to him. And then for him to just sort of turn around and he could have just destroyed them, but he just went, hey guys, this is me. And the whole thing of having, I think it was Benjamin, he kept saying, hey, he has to stay behind, and he stole this stuff and all this. And so sort of tormenting them a little bit. He gave them some curry, but it's like, it's such a good story, And so if that was written in a way where it's like, okay, and you just, before Joseph revealed himself to his brothers, he did this and did that. No, it's keeping attention till the end, because they want you to experience the same type of emotion and the same type of thought that the brothers went through. They're going through this in their mind, and you don't know if, especially if you don't realize you're just reading through Genesis. Half the time you don't even know who these people are. When you're a new Christian, you're just reading through it, and it's like, man, he just fully forgave them. And, these are the 12. That's the whole nation of Israel. That's amazing. It's just this amazing thing. Everyday Man of God is saying hello. Shall Stand Forever says, I do hope you realize there is a positive side of greeting that is found in Scripture as well. Okay, so everyone's chatting about the greeting thing. Analytical Apex says, what is the verse about Jesus healing someone out of anger? I'm pretty sure it's in Mark, maybe chapter 1. Mark 1. So I'll just quickly Google it. Jesus healing out of anger. The 5th century Greek manuscript Codex Beza and some Latin traditions, Mark 1:41 contains a unique reading where Jesus is described as being angry or indignant rather than moved with compassion before healing a leper. This reading is considered by many scholars, such as Bart Ehrman, to be the likely original text because it's the harder reading. You see what I mean? It's ridiculous. People reject Codex Beza. Pretty much everyone does. But Bart Ehrman's like, no, this is the original reading. Why? Because it sells books. And he wants some weird thing there, Scribes were more likely to change anger to compassion than vice versa. But the thing is, too, even if you do have anger there, Jesus could have healed people out of anger against, the fact that he's got this problem. But Bart Ehrman's interpretation is, no, Jesus, he was so angry. He's miffed. Jesus is walking around, healing people, but how long do I have to put up with you? How long do I have to endure you? And just healing people out of just, kind of a bitterness and I have to really be here and hang around you losers. That's how he speaks in his books. And there is another one where he talks about the healing of Peter's mother-in-law. So he heals Peter's mother-in-law and then turns around and makes out that he only healed her so she could get up and start serving. So imagine he's at the table where's the food, guys? And then Peter's like, oh, no, my mother-in-law is sick. He's like, oh, okay. Heals her. It's like, come on your feet. Make me some food. That's how Bart Ehrman, that's the silliness of Bart Ehrman's books, the silliness of Bart Ehrman himself, the whole thing of the angry reading. But the amazing thing is the NIV has that reading. And so they actually changed it. The NIV changed it to being moved with pity. But Bart Ehrman's overridden all the manuscript evidence, basically because he has the concept that the hardest reading is the best reading. So it says in Mark 3:5, and when he looked around on them with anger, being grieved for the hardness of their heart, he saith unto the man, stretch forth thine hand. And so, yes, sometimes Jesus was mad with them because they were just religious devils. And he healed people on the Sabbath, and he's like mad. But the amazing thing, if you're a Textus Receptus person, it goes far beyond all this. And what Ahan has pointed out is so good, because in Matthew chapter 5, it says that if you are angry at your brother, now the King James and TR says without a cause or without a good, decent reason. So if you get angry with your brother without a good reason, you're in danger of judgment. Okay, but then how do you make out this verse? Hannah just says, and when he looked around about them with anger, without a cause is taken out of their Bible. So just getting angry is a sin. You're in danger of judgment there, boy. And so he's angry. Jesus is sinning. So Jesus is a sinner. He's in danger of judgment. Isn't that silly? Isn't that dumb? But this just shows you how, Westcott and Hort have just completely destroyed their Bible. It doesn't affect us. We got the right Bible. We got all the words there. They're like, oh, I don't know, should it have this in? And the fact that the NIV actually went with the reading of anger in Mark 1:41, I'll bring it up. NIV. Actually, no, I'll go to this website here. Let's check this out. Let's check out all the versions and see what they actually say here. You will be shocked. Here we go, Mark 1:41. Jesus, moved with compassion. Well, that's different. Put forth his hand and touched him, and saith unto him, I will, be thou clean. 16:11, moved with compassion. Geneva had compassion. Bishops had compassion. Great had compassion. Coverdale, it pitied Jesus. Tyndale had compassion. Okay, counterfeit versions here say the CEB, incensed. Jesus reached out his hand and touched him and said, I do want to be clean. Imagine Jesus gritting his teeth. Maybe he was just spat on the ground. It's like, oh, this stupid idiot in front of me. The ERV. These last words made Jesus angry, but he touched him and said, I want to heal you, be healed. It's like, oh gosh, these peasants. I'm the King of Kings and Lord of Lords here. Who are these scum? I have to touch them, LEB. And becoming angry, he stretched forth his hand and touched him and said to him, I am willing, be cleansed. Now, the thing is, you could, I've heard James White say, look, you can read this and go, okay, he got angry at the sickness or at what the situation that was happening, not at the guy. But some of these are like incensed. He's like, the last words made Jesus angry. If you were just to read through the Bible, you'd think Jesus all of a sudden is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He's become psychotic. But the thing is, anger is a sin according to their Bible. I'll show you that in a minute. And so Jesus being angry is wrong. He shouldn't be angry. He's in danger of judgment here. He reached out his hand and touched him. I'm willing to do it. Jesus said, be clean. Maybe he yelled it in his ears like, be clean, you stupid fool, or something. When someone who's usually rational and they just break out and everyone cringes and they're like, oh, what's happened here? Maybe Jesus did that, This is how Bart Ehrman makes out what Jesus did. Jesus was indignant. This is the NIV. Why are they going with this dumb reading? And so this is the issue. It's a difference between the Textus Receptus. But when you look at it here, it's got the same reading in the Westcott Hort text. NIV 1984 has filled with compassion. The 2011 has Jesus was indignant. How strange. But anyway, we could go on with that forever. But I'll just quickly go to Matthew chapter 5. I think it's 44. 22 maybe. Yeah. But I say to you that whosoever is angry at his brother without a cause, if you don't have a good reason to be angry at your brother, you're in danger of judgment. And I guess there is the caveat with his brother. Okay, so that's where someone like James White will say, well, he wasn't angry with his brother. He was just angry at the situation. It's like, okay. But anyway, here's these counterfeit versions. CSB says, everyone who is angry with his brother or sister will be subject to judgment. It doesn't have without a cause. NIV, anyone who is angry at his brother will be subject to judgment. Everyone who is angry with his brother shall be guilty before the court. And so, if Jesus did oftentimes get angry. And so let's look at that verse here. A. Hannah put up, Mark 3:5 says, and when he looked around about them with anger, being grieved for the hardness of their heart, he said unto the man, stretch forth thine hand. And so he's angry at them. But it says here, everyone who's angry with his brother shall be guilty before the court. So Jesus is sinning here. Oh, there's a contradiction. Yes, there are contradictions in the Bible of Westcott and Hort. These silly contradictions don't appear in the King James. Now, I doubt if Bart Ehrman had just stuck with the Textus Receptus, whether he even had that period in his life, if he just stuck with the TR and the King James, he probably wouldn't have ever thought of this silly variant. And he probably wouldn't have ever thought that it was like a credible variant, like the one in Mark I'm talking about, the getting healed out of anger instead of compassion. But that's what he says. Bart Ehrman, in his book, How Jesus Became God, he is saying that that this is a huge problem. This is a contradiction. And so, and the correct reading is Jesus got angry. Analytical Apex says, oh, wow, I just started diving into the Codex Bezer and it's wild so far. I had no idea Bart was responsible for NIV. No, I don't think he was responsible for the NIV, more so responsible for the new Revised Standard Version. He did work on that. So I don't think he was involved with the NIV. No wonder I've been turned off every time I try to read it. Always felt off. Now I know why. Yeah, well, the NIV is pretty trashy. Hannah, that's a better translation, including the anger and pointing it at the purity systems in place that led to the outcasting. I'm okay with that, but his original translation attempts are bad. Okay, I'm not sure about that. So anyway, Analytical Apex says, ooh, that's disgusting. The healing of the mother-in-law. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like, Jesus is just this angry jerk. And when you go through Bart Ehrman's books, like I did, 15, 20 years ago, on repeat, listening over and over, you're just like, what? It's because I run into people all the time who they can be just bitter people, and they'll just say the daftest things, and they'll even just outright lie about the Bible. But they always try and make out that the motivations of Jesus or God or Christianity or Christians are always just sinful and wrong. And but yeah, Jesus is just healing people out of anger and bitterness, and or just wants a meal. It's like, let's heal. Hey, Peter, I'll heal your mother. Do you reckon she can cook me up some food? None of you guys have cooked me anything. Yeah, okay, Jesus, she's just there. Go and heal her. Hey, Jesus wants to heal you, but you have to get up and cook. Okay. No, she was 100% healed. So she, out of gratefulness, she's like, wow, Jesus just healed me. And she's, if you got healed, if you're in bedridden, like I've seen some miraculous healings. I remember when I was in Lautoka in Fiji. Now, people have these things on Facebook and they're like, why don't faith healers go to hospitals if they really believe it? And it's like, I go to hospitals. I pray for everyone. And so when I was in Lautoka in Fiji, I think we maybe prayed for about 200 people. But the first woman I prayed for, I was invited to go and pray for her. And this was the first time we started going through hospitals. This is the first time we ever did this. And so someone invited us. We went to see her, and I didn't know anything about the backstory or anything. I just prayed, put my hands on her. There's no weird thing, no shaking, no Benny Hinn flapping a jacket around or anything. I put my hand on her and said, in the name of Jesus, we just command healing, just like they did in the Bible. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, rise up and walk. You know, that type of thing. And so anyway, she's there and she puts her feet on the side of the bed and they hit the floor. You can tell she's struggling, you know. And then she's just crying and crying and crying. So she was a Fijian Indian woman. And I said to the interpreter, I said, oh, she must be very in lots of pain, you know. She said, oh, no, she's healed. She's crying because it's the first time she's been able to get out of bed for 3 months. And then I noticed she was standing up and she was fine. And she started packing her stuff up to go. She was 100% healed. And I'm like, wow. And then so the lady in the next bed said, can you please pray for me? So we prayed for her and the same thing. She got healed. And so I know that upsets a lot of people. It's like, no, but my theology says we're cessationists and that sort of thing shouldn't happen. Or if you go, oh, on special mission fields that happens, you know, it's like the same day. How's this? The same day, we walked into a room. It's just me and my friend. Now, my friend, he's still strong Christian, lives in the same state that I do. We talk quite a lot. Now, this is in 2 weeks after 9/11, okay? And we're in Fiji. It was pretty wild times. And anyway, cut a long story short, we walked into this room, and this lady's just lying down there completely paralyzed. And I'm looking at her going, okay, well, and I'm like, so what's the problem? She's like, I can't move. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll just pray for you. We'll believe that God will do something, you know. So my friend was sort of up near her head and I was down near her legs, you know. So I just put my hand on one of her legs and started to pray. As soon as I started to pray, it was almost like the Holy Spirit just went, look at that. And so I just looked, and she had this green bit of string around her neck. I didn't know what it was, you know. I'm just like, as soon as I started praying, it was like, look at that. And I was like, oh, bit of green string. And so I sort of prayed, but I felt like she wasn't going to get healed. So I kept praying, pray. Okay. So that's our first prayer, you know, takes, 30 seconds or whatever. I said, you feeling any better? And she's just lying down, can't move. She's paralyzed. She's like, I can't move. I'm still the same. And I was like, okay. And I said, look, this thing around your neck, can I take that off? I just sort of feel there's something about that. So I lifted up her dead, like a bowling ball head, and got this green thing off her neck. Okay. Put it in my pocket and assumed the same position, did pretty much the same prayer, and she fully stood to her feet and was just like didn't know what to do. She was as shocked as we were. We were like, and I reached in my pocket. I said, what's this green thing? And I noticed there was a bit of sticky tape tied around the bottom of it. And I said, can I have a look at this? She said, yeah. So I opened it up, and it was a verse out of the Quran. So she was a Christian girl in Fiji, and she went past the mosque, and it said, if you come in, we will bless you. And she remembers that when they put that on her, it wasn't long after that she was sick in hospital and couldn't move. She's completely paralyzed. So when we started to pray, it's like the Holy Spirit just said, look at that. I looked at it. I just shoved it in my pocket. I didn't know what it is. I'm just going by my gut instinct that there's something with that. I open it up and it's all in Arabic. It's a verse out of the Quran. As soon as we took it off her and prayed, she got up. Now, I've seen this type of thing happen. Now, imagine if I said, look, if we do this, I want you to cook me up a bit of a soup or something. Like we've been at this all day and no one's offered us any food. Like that's how Bart Ehrman makes out like you would be like that. Like when people in the Bible saw miracles happen, they were rejoicing. Now, unfortunately, back in those days, I had a bit of teaching, which is very common, that if you pray for someone and nothing happens, God doesn't want to heal them. Where I used to go, okay, well, like just say that I prayed a second time and it didn't happen, I'd be like, well, okay, see you later. I'll just go to the next room. But we were seeing lots and lots of things like that. But sometimes I remember praying for this one guy, and it was like, and I just said to my friend, I don't think God wants to heal him, which is, to me now, I look back and I would slap myself in the face and say, everyone who came to Jesus, when Jesus was standing there, so many people were touching him, the disciples got worried and they put him in a boat because it says everyone that touched him got healed. Now, people say, oh, you got to get rid of your inherited curses and you got to get rid of this and you got to try this and do that. And, it's like, no, it just says they just touched him and they were instantly healed. Doesn't matter if they were the worst sinner in that town or they were the best person, they were righteous, whatever. Everyone touched him was healed. So anyway, I'm sure that'll upset my cessationist friends. So James Sheffield says, if you want to apply the shorter and harder readings to the Wicked Bible, you would get thou shalt commit adultery as the preferred reading. Yeah, that's a really good point. Analytical Apex says, yeah, that's strange. Where does that stem from? Everyday Man of God Ministry says, I bring all the versions right back to the 1881 revised version. Yes, that's when it really hit the fan. Now, there were a few people here and there, Ruckman, Alfred, who's that guy? Greaseback. Greaseback is the guy who caused people to think that everyone, the Matthew and Luke and Mark, they were all copying each other. And has just exploded. And to me, it's like, no, they're seeing the same stories. That's why they're similar stories. Not, hey, this never happened, and they're all just, in a library, looking over each other's shoulders sort of thing. Analytical Apex says, James, I just looked into your claim, and that's not a lecto defic ilior reading. And so that's the proper name for the most difficult reading is the best. But actually, due to a printing error of the 7th edition of the King James in 1631. Yeah, I think it's more so that James Sheffield knows that, like, his son is the one in the debate here with Bart Ehrman, and he knows, but he's just sort of saying, how silly this type of the difficult reading is. Like, if you just make a mistake, like a print error, well, I guess generations down the road, if it's like, oh, well, we're looking at printed editions and this one has the most difficult reading, so let's go with that. So what he's doing is putting that back on manuscripts. If you just make a mistake in any manuscript, like Codex Bezer is rejected even by critical text people. Most critical text people don't go with it. But it's like, it's got this weird reading, so we have to go with it. It's just daft how they have this reading. Now, I should really know my Latin well and say lecto defiil, but I don't want to pretend. Try with fire, and you do a great job on your Westcott and Hort series, Everyday Man of God Ministry. So, yeah, I would encourage everyone to go to Everyday Man of God Ministries YouTube, to like that, and to go through the Westcott and Hort series that he's doing, showing where Westcott and Hort destroy the scriptures, cause a bunch of problems, and introduce false doctrines, false teachings. Analytical Apex says they dub this edition the Sinner's Bible or Adulterer's Bible because of this mistake. And so I think we'll move on with where they differ. Let's continue.
Are completely reconcilable if you work at it. Who would?
So he always says that they're reconcilable if you work at it. So many times that will get an audience response like, well, you can reconcile anything if you work at it. You know, the way he uses his voice, the way he is mocking those who try and reconcile something. I mean, if you were just reading fiction and there was a huge discrepancy, surely you would go through and try and work things out and say, oh, okay, how is this working out? Like if you had, say different editions of a series, so that was on Netflix, and it was like, hang on, how can that happen when this happens in the first one? And sometimes you think that you're like, oh yeah, that's a problem, but then later on it's cleared up, and it's not a discrepancy; it's actually a strength to the plot, and or sometimes just details, especially murder mystery type, thriller type of thing. Leaving out certain details is very important, or else it's just boring. It's like, and then the killer woke up at 5 o'clock and went down and sharpened his knife, and the other people were walking through the forest, but the killer was following them, and it's you could share all the details, but there's no tension, there's no there's no surprise, and they want to bring that across in what they're writing. And if you read Mark, it's like immediately this happened, then this happened, then this, and that's how Peter would have viewed the ministry of Christ. It's for him, it's a whirlwind. He's just they're going, this happened, then this, then this, then this, then this. He could just talk all day about these different events that happen, and that's the way that he wrote. And so,
to the tomb on the third day. Well, was it one woman, Mary Magdalene, and John? Was it Mary and another Mary, as in one of the other synoptics? Was it Mary and several other women, as in another one of the synoptics? Who was it? How many women was it? Was it who went? Well, you could reconcile it all if you wanted to. Say, well, some people were talking about one Mary, and some about two Marys, and some about also Salome, and so you could reconcile that. Was Mary alone or with other women?
Notice he's saying you can reconcile that. I think the thing is, by this point, Bart Ehrman's probably been shown this 1,000 times. So all he has is like, well, say someone like me, it's like, well, I just have to show you all these issues. And so that takes a tiny bit of time. And he's like, well, these desperate people out there, they can harmonize. I guess they could, rolling his eyes. But this is the main pillar of why he says there's problems in the Bible, because of these so-called contradictions, which when we go through them, there's just nothing there. So let's have a look here. So Bart Ehrman is always overstating these contradictions, so-called contradictions. Okay, now I've got to find, here we go. Yeah, so he, even in this one, like he's saying, it's probably reconcilable. Okay, but in his earlier books, he makes much ado about this type of thing. And in his speeches, he'll say, well, I guess you can reconcile anything, can't you? You could reconcile, two opposing things. I guess if you're religious, you can reconcile anything. And he'll bring up an example about the Roman Catholics, that, Roman Catholics in his class, they're only interested in showing how Mary didn't have other children because they're Catholics and they're sort of obliged to believe that. You're actually anathema if you don't believe it, because how can she be a perpetual virgin? So if you don't think she's a virgin now and always was, she only had Jesus and that's it, well, that's a problem. But the Bible is pretty clear, and Bart Ehrman knows this, so he brings this up and sort of shows the irrationality of people who are involved with the Roman Catholic cult. And then he he projects that onto everyone and says, well, all these religious people are pretty much like that. They've just got their own presuppositions that they have to believe, and they're going to squeeze that into the text no matter what. And so if I show them there's a contradiction here, I'm just being neutral, showing them where it is, and I guess they'll make up something. That's what he's saying. But are we making up things? And so let's jump into this. How many women went to the tomb? So this is not a contradiction. It's called selective reporting. So one account names Mary Magdalene. The others says Mary and others. It's not a disagreement. It's an abbreviation versus an expansion. No gospel says only Mary was there and no one else. But that's the only way that Bart Ehrman reads that. He's like, only Mary Magdalene went to the tomb. And so there's just no contradiction. Okay, so I might just Google it. Let's just look at what Google says. Like just a 2-minute Google search. Explain this so-called how many women went to the tomb. So it says here, the question of how many women visited Jesus's tomb is a classic example of the perceived contradictions in the gospel accounts. On the surface, the 4 gospels provide different names and numbers. Matthew 28:1 mentions 2 women, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary. Mark 16:1 lists 3 women, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, and Salome. Luke 24:10 identifies Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Mary, the mother of James, and other women with them, implying a larger group. John 20, verse 1 focuses only on Mary Magdalene initially. It's got a bunch of videos you can go to there. It says the contradiction arises when one assumes that each gospel writer intended to provide an exhaustive, complete list of everyone present. However, the differences can be explained through several key points of interpretation and textual analysis. Completeness is not contradiction. And, we all do this. Like if I said, hey, I went to the shop with someone, it doesn't mean I didn't have 3 or 4 other people with me or other people in the car or whatever. If I just said, okay, I was with John and Bill, I might just be focusing on those 2 people because that's what we really are interested in for my story. There might have been 4 other people there, but I don't have to mention them. I can go out to a birthday party with, there can be 3 people that I mention, or sometimes it's saying with others, or, and this can be important for the story that I've built up or what I'm going to say later. A fundamental principle in analyzing historical accounts is that 2 accounts can differ in detail without being mutually exclusive. If I say John and I went to the store, and my friend says John, Sam, and I went to the store, I did not lie. I simply omitted a detail. John 20, verse 2 supports this as Mary Magdalene tells Peter, we do not know where they have laid him. So the whole thing about him trying to make out there's a contradiction here, all he has to do is read the next verse. We don't know where he's laid, where they have laid him. Using the plural we, despite John only mentioning her in the previous verse, shows that she was obviously not alone, but she was the focal point of what they're talking about. So this is the lameness. This makes me cringe so bad. Like, I don't know what makes you cringe. There's plenty of things that makes me cringe, but this is just one of them. I'm just like cringe. Like, because I actually feel sorry for people who say this type of thing. But the problem is, Bart Ehrman says it. Derek from Myth Vision or say it. That's exactly what happened. There's a contradiction here. But he's saying he's putting this under the heading probably reconcilable. But is that always the way that Bart Ehrman viewed it? If you go through his books, oftentimes you'll see that he's just saying there's a huge problem here. So anyway, I think you get the point. This is a nothing burger. And then he's got, if other women, how many? And what were their names? Like why does the Bible have to provide you? Like, I want to know if there's 8 people there or 12 people there. It's like, well, it doesn't give that information. And who are you to make that like into a contradiction or it has to be according to Bart Ehrman's brain? Anyway, let's just move on. So Alpha and Omega Ministries is in the house, or Ministries. Alpha and Omega 2023.
With other women, how many?
33. Whoops. Let's go back.
What were their names? 2 Marys, and some about also Salome. And so, you could reconcile that. Was Mary alone or with other women? If with other women, how many? What were their names? Well, it all depends which gospel you read. What did they see at the tomb?
And see, when it's like, it all depends which gospel. So what someone like Dan McClellan will do, he pits the gospels against each other. So instead of being 4 witnesses to the same events, they are 4 contradictory, separate things that when they're similar, they copied each other. But when they're dissimilar in these type of details, they're just making mistakes and they're contradictory, and someone just made it up, and someone was, I guess, embarrassed that one of them only mentioned one woman and we want to mention more, or maybe Salome wanted to be included, or so she, her grandkids put it in there, squeezed it in there, or whatever. So they just make up a bunch of stuff where, then he's got the next one. What did they see in the tomb? 1 man, 2 men, 1 angel, or 2 angels? Okay, so we'll go through that one as well.
In one gospel, they see a man, Mark. In another, they see 2 men, Luke. In one, in Matthew, they see an angel. In John, they see 2 angels. Well, which was it? Well, which
was it? So what you got to look for too is when Bart Ehrman speaks, he is using theatrics to mock what's said there. So he's not neutral. He's like, which one was it? Like as if it's a huge issue. But he's saying these are probably reconcilable. He's saying you can probably reconcile these. But his concept of probably, it's like, I guess you can probably prove that aliens killed JFK too. He can bring it down to that level very quickly. And so he's trying to make out there's a problem here. Let's check it out. And so now I'll just type in what did they see in the tomb? One man, 2 men, 1 angel, or 2 angels. Explain this contradiction that Bart Ehrman claims is true. Okay, so, and again, I'm just using Google. I'm not going to, the greatest apologists on earth at the moment, or, some, apologeticsministry.com. This is just Google. It says the 4 Gospels differ on who was seen at Jesus' tomb. Mark 16:5 mentions 1 young man. Matthew 28:5, 1 angel. Luke 24:4, 2 men. And John 20, verse 12, 2 angels. Bart Ehrman argues this is a contradiction, as the stories have fundamentally different narratives rather than simple complementary details. And the thing is, doesn't this show you that they just weren't copying each other? You know what I mean? It just seems so silly to say, hey, they're just, Mark's just copying Matthew, or Matthew, Mark, or Luke, or whatever. It, like, when they're not getting all these details correct. See, the thing is, in a court of law, if everyone's just saying exactly the same thing, you usually suss on that, because they've usually collaborated and said, hey, we've got to keep our story straight, and so that they keep the story straight. But if someone says a whole bunch of details, and it seems like almost like a different story, then someone comes along and says a whole bunch of other things, but there's no contradiction in these different accounts, that's a stronger testimony, because they're not just copying each other. So the contradiction claimed by Bart Ehrman highlights the accounts cannot be reconciled without imaginative, interpretive gymnastics. So he's saying, these are probably reconcilable. You have to use your imagination. You have to have your own interpretation and gymnastics. So he's basically just mocking people who would try and reconcile these things when they're easily reconciled. Like the thing is, he doesn't know the Bible well. He knows about textual criticism. He knows about variants. He knows about the academy. It's like running into a Jehovah's Witness. They actually don't know the Bible that well. You ask them questions. Like I was talking to a Jehovah's Witness on Friday, and I asked him a basic question, and he had no idea. He was struggling with it. So Mark 16:5 says, one young man inside sitting on the right. Matthew 28:5 says, one angel sitting on the stone outside, or having moved inside. Luke 24:4 says, two men in dazzling clothes. And John 20:12, two angels sitting at the head and the feet of where the body was. So Ehrman argues that harmonizing these, for example, saying there were two but only one spoke, or that they were angels appearing as men, resulting in a new story not found in any of the original texts. And so defenders of biblical harmony argue the accounts are complementary, not contradictory, spotlighting authors focused on the primary messenger, the speaking angel, for example, a common literary device at the time. The appearance, angels in scripture frequently appear as men. And so the thing is, angels are just messengers. A messenger is an angel. Like if you have someone from heaven, usually they are called an angel. But sometimes, like the angelos, if you read in Mark chapter 1, when it talks about, I sent my messenger before thy face, talking about John the Baptist, he is called an angelos, an angel. So John the Baptist is an angelos, he's an angel, but clearly it says messenger because we know he's earthly. So sometimes angel can just mean a messenger. Messenger can mean angel, but the context usually formulates which word was used. Complementary details, two does not contradict one. If two were there, one was definitely there. And so we can have, I can go to the shop and I say, well, there was one guy sitting there who yelled out. It's like, okay, it doesn't mean there weren't 20 other people who saw that, or there were two people there, or just one guy said this. And so so he sees it as there's an impossibility to reconcile these, to harmonize these, while Christians just see this as varied eyewitness reports. Like if I read through these Gospels, I would not come to a place where I'm like, oh, there's just this hopeless scenario where, you know, I don't know what I can do. How can I reconcile these things? But we know there's a harmony there. What someone like Dan McClellan try to do is they try to make out that there is no univocality in Scripture, so they try and get rid of God. So if you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all testifying of the same type of things but having different perspectives, well, you know, let's pit them against each other. Let's say they're all standalone volumes. So they're saying one thing, and like if I have the Gospel of Mark only, I have to only go with what he says. I can't look at Matthew and go, oh, all these details filled out there and all the rest of it. I have to just look at that because, if I look at these other books, I'm believing in univocality, that there's this theme that flows through, whether that's the hand of God flowing through, or the thing is, univocality, someone, even just in the witnessing of events, if you have like a school shooting and people have different perspectives. Some people are under the table. Some people get shot. They've got a different perspective. Some people, they knew the gunman. They're saying, hey, this is what I saw, you know. And so there's different perspectives. That doesn't mean they're contradictory, and you can't just get one person's perspective. Like you wouldn't have like a court of law and, you know, someone gets up and says, hey, look, I heard gunshots outside and so I hid under the table. They might have a very simplistic type of way of saying things. It doesn't mean that you discount every other testimony, but that's what they want to try and do. They want to try and pit everyone against each other. And it is absolutely bizarre, where they want to get rid of univocality, so God being involved with this, but they also want to get rid of Jesus because, you know, they sort of give lip service to, oh, Jesus probably existed, but who knows, you know, what he was really like. He was probably just some illiterate bozo who grew up in Galilee, and, you know, he's just a rebel guy, and they killed him because he was a rabble rouser, you know. But the way that they cause people who go to seminary and part of the academy, the way that they cause people to delete Jesus out of the Bible is to cause, you know, Mark was written first, then Matthew just copied him. These things didn't really happen. They weren't really what Mark recalled. No, he's just copying someone. And so are the other. They're all copying each other, or, you know, they have all these different, the synoptic problem sort of thing. But instead of, no, they're all looking at the same event and they're all giving their perspective. It becomes, no, they're all copying each other and elaborating on it and just sort of squeezing a few stories here and there which aren't really true, or just grabbing things from the ancient world, like, oh, that's a great story of the Odyssey. Let's just squeeze that little story into the book of Acts, you know, the shipwreck and all this type of thing. And this is how they want us to view the Bible. So anyway, let's continue. Okay, so we've got some comments here. Orin in CT says, hi all. Looks like he's late. Anyone here? Not really happy with the chat. Okay, that's fine. Tribe of Fire says, are not angels mentioned appearing as men? Why wouldn't that account for his delusion? And wouldn't that account for his delusion? Yeah. And yeah, that's the thing. Like Old Testament angels turned up and they couldn't tell oftentimes that they were men. And it just means messenger. So sometimes angels turn up and they're in sort of like a glorified state where they're shiny and people are afraid of them. But other times, like these angels, these messengers turn up and people aren't, like Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah. The locals wanted to actually have their way with these guys. And so they obviously weren't these shining angels there, sort of thing. And okay, so let's continue.
Want to reconcile it, you say, well, they saw two angels, and Matthew's only reporting one of them, and Luke's calling them men, and Mark's recording one of them saying he's a man.
See what I mean? He doesn't steel man anyone's position. It's like, oh, well, you have one of them and two of them. One's an angel, and we've got two angels, and just mocks, basically. He doesn't steel man your position. And what I've just read is from Google AI. It's given me a whole bunch of videos that I could go to. But maybe I can just show you one. Okay. Actually, this goes for 7 minutes. It said on the thing that it went for, it says 1 minute. I think I had 1 minute to go. That's why. But anyway, let's just move on. Okay.
Okay, so you can reconcile that if you want.
Okay, so listen to this.
Mark's recording one of them saying he's a man. Okay, so and, well, they saw two. John, they see two angels. Well, which was it? Well, if you want to reconcile it, you say, well, they saw two angels, and Matthew's only reporting one of them, and Luke's calling them men, and Mark's recording one of them saying he's a man. Okay, so you can reconcile that if you want. The angels and angels. Well, which was it? Well, if you want to reconcile it, you say, well, they saw two angels, and Matthew's only reporting one of them, and Luke's calling them men, and Mark's recording one of them saying he's a man. Okay, so you can reconcile that if you want.
And it's strange, like I mentioned this in the final lecture that Bart Ehrman did. He sounds like he's slurring. Like, obviously people who, drink quite a fair bit, that they slur. And they have a certain way of talking that's quite, and you can be a professor, you can be, the dean of a institution or whatever, and be an alcoholic, but Bart Ehrman, I don't know if he drinks a lot or if it's just, I guess he's getting older and, he's just saying things like this, but he basically is just mocking this. Now, you can see that he fluctuates out of saying that these things are probably reconcilable. That's what he's got written here. But then he's like, you have to jump through hoops. This is ridiculous. You have to use imaginative, interpretive gymnastics, is what he says on the Bart Ehrman blog. And so it's pretty much outside of the realm of probability. But, and this is where you get Dan McClellan. He will say probably, he will say it's plausible but not probable, or is it the other way around? Probable but not plausible, or something like that. And so they're just, saying, these can be reconciled if you try hard enough. If you smoke enough hemp, you can come to these conclusions. But if you want to be an honest scholar like me, you won't dance around these things. You'll just point them out as the contradictions that they really are. And so obviously he's mocking the whole thing. And this is just what Bart Ehrman does. And, here's another one it's very easily straightened out. And so maybe I should show this testify video. I'm just not sure, because sometimes I see these videos, I'm like, it's talking about this same thing. I play it and it's just nothing to do with it. Here we go. Gospel Coalition. Maybe I can bring this article. Now, I haven't read this. This came up in the AI thing. And I'm not sure if this is based on King James, NIV, if they've omitted whole verses. Actually, it's quite a long-winded thing, so I think I will just skip it. But anyway, we'll go back over some of these things. I'm hoping to make videos on all of these so-called contradictions there. Okay.
Tell us that there was one angel and he spoke, and Luke and John tell us there was two angels. Here's what one scholar writes. He says, if you were making up a story, you know what you do? You make sure that the amount of angels in the tomb are the exact same. You don't give any room for there to be any difference because you're making up a religion. You need all these people to trust the documents. And so I was reading this detective who goes into murders and he solves murders. And he said this was fascinating. He said, you know the people, the eyewitness testimony for murders that are telling the truth. If I isolate one person over here and one person over here, the people who are telling the truth, track with this now, they have different, almost sometimes contradictory details, but they're both telling the truth. They say there was a red car, the other one said there was a blue car and showed up and a guy shot, and they sift through that and they say these guys are actually telling the truth because they have all these details wrong. They don't actually match up, and that's okay. It's the people who are lying where there's no disparaging. There's no difference. So you sit them down, you say, what color was the car? The car was blue. The car was blue. You go on to the next room, what color was the car? Blue. Go on to the next room, blue, blue, blue. What time did it show up? 8:53, 8:53, 8:53, 8:53, 8:53, 8:53. That's when you know there's a conspiracy afoot. You know people are making it up. But the gospel writers, they're almost just writing this story like, hey, this is kind of what happened. And they're not going out of their way to go, oh, we got to make sure, shoot. Oh my gosh, Luke said 2, I said 1. Ah! Which is why first century historians actually trust the Bible versus being skeptical about it. Math.
Okay. I hadn't seen that, so interesting. But I mean, there's so much stuff on the internet you can go through. And so Analytical Apex says, I agree there is multivocality, but that doesn't stop God using the multiple voices that make up Scripture for his own message. So even if there are areas where a person's voice feels as though it overrides the message, God makes certain that there is a constant line of prophecy. That's why I can believe that some of the laws and punishments in Leviticus may be man-made, but that doesn't mean that God wasn't using the voices that wrote them to teach the world for generations to come. God teaches us that obedience. Okay, I'll just continue on.
There are other things that are probably not reconcilable in these accounts.
Okay, so he's given us ones that he's saying these could be reconciled, but then he's mocking them, saying you pretty much have to be lying to yourself. And one thing that I really want to point out is, as we were playing Bart Ehrman, talking about, is it 2 men or 1 man in Matthew, or John, or 1 angel or 2 angels, mocking it. The Monty Python concept, what I find is a lot of comedians become apologists for atheists or skeptics. And so why is this? Because people, they can't handle being mocked. This is one of the biggest problems with the gospel, because in the parable of the sower, it says because of persecution, they fall away. And so this happens to people. The seed actually goes in, it germinates, but then they fall away because of persecution. Now, persecution isn't just always, someone bashing you or physically attacking you. Everyone who wants to live godly in Christ Jesus will suffer persecution. This can be just someone mocking you, tease it. Like, not all bullying is, someone bashing you every day at school. Bullying can just be intimidation, fear, and, someone making out that you're crazy or whatever. We know at school, if you've gone to a public school, you would have seen this or been a part of it, either on the receiving end or you were giving it to someone. But the whole issue is the Monty Python, he's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. This type of mockery, I've seen people who collapse as soon as someone has a sarcastic quote And the thing is, like, I grew up watching all those stupid movies, all the Monty Python things. I grew up, when I became a Christian, I was, worldly, like a comedian, witty, funny, saying things quickly, and because that's how you get by in the world. Someone says something to you, and if you can turn around and mock them twice as hard back at their face, you win, sort of thing. And this is what I see has crept into atheist apologetics, and them defending their strange and weird concepts, is that if they just mock Christians, most Christians fall to pieces. And it's almost like Christians need to be trained on how to harden up a little bit, because some people, they just fall to pieces as soon as someone comes along, like a Richard Dawkins, and just mocks them and makes the crowd laugh. Like, I remember there was this one guy, he said something, and Dawkins had an answer, and the whole crowd seemed to be on Dawkins' side and laughed at this Christian. And people bring up Noah's Ark, and people bring up a flood and Adam and Eve, and these things are just mocked as the strangest, weirdest things. And so I can understand, look, from what I know of Christians, I've met lots and lots and lots of Christians. Oftentimes people who grow up in the church are not really worldly wise. And so I didn't grow up in the church. I grew up on, just in atheism. And so I've had that type of, if someone come up to me and said something about Christianity or said some, concept to me about God, I would find something just to mock straight away, or even just to attack on the person. Like if they looked weird and were wearing a big floral dress or something, I'd say something about that, or talk about something that's really offensive to them, like abortion. Just say, well, I've had 20 abortions. I haven't had one. Obviously, I haven't had, But you just say things like that just to try and get them off. You're just trying to mock, and you tease, and you're like, oh, stupid Christians, this type of thing. Because oftentimes that's the best weapon, because Christians can't handle it. And oftentimes people, they fall to pieces. And it's almost like Christians need to be, because see, what happens is this creates glass jaw disciples. So, they go out there going to preach, and all it takes is just for some smart aleck with some wit about him, and he's really funny, and all his friends are going to laugh at every joke. They just come along and just mock you and just make you belittled and look stupid. And if you can't handle that, they win. And so that's why people don't go out evangelizing, because they just run into these people who are going to tease them and mock them and say the most vile things, and where you've got to harden up to that. And the only way you really harden up to that is by constantly doing it. If you constantly go out and talk to people face to face and street preach and evangelize and put yourself out there like, hey, I'm a target, shoot your arrows, go for it. That's how you harden up. You don't harden up by hiding. And I think one of the best comebacks, or one of the best testimonies, it's probably not testimony, but one of the best ways I've found to relate to people in this generation. And in Australia, they are pretty wild on how they will mock you. Okay, so they're not going to be. I know in some cultures you'll go preaching and they'll be polite and saying, "Look, I'm an atheist, but I'm glad that you're doing this," sort of thing. It's like, no, they're going to come up and call you every swear word under the sun. They're going to come up and intimidate you, like they're going to bash you. They're going to say, "Look, you follow a sky daddy. You follow a dumb, stupid religion that causes all the wars and all this sort of stuff." And if you can be quick on your toes and go, actually, atheists have caused lots of wars in the last century. Atheism in Russia and China, the most murders that happened from those groups. And so you're putting it back on them. So you're sort of almost just slapping them with, answer a fool according to his folly. If you understand that verse, it's actually talking about, you answer a fool, like if he's going to come at you a certain way, you can answer him the exact same way, and you're answering him according to his folly, and you're mocking his approach. Because these skeptics and atheists, they're coming along mocking and just saying, you know, how stupid these Christians, they have to invent these fantastical stories to back up their contradictory Bibles. Was it one man, two men, one angel, two angels? What is it? Ha, ha, ha. You know, this type of thing. And so people are coming up to you, explaining this to your face. And yes, if you've got an answer for most of the things that they're saying, it'll help you. And if you can do it in a way that's not really too offensive, because you're still wanting to win them over, but you want to show them that their methodology is not going to work on you, just them mocking and being a joker. Because if that's the death knell of Christianity, where someone just comes along, says a few jokes like Ricky Gervais, or, you know, is just a bit of a class clown. He's a smart guy. He's smart on his toes. He can just have a reply. If that discredits your Christian witness, well, you've got to work on that. And so sometimes people would come up to me and they would say, you know, why do you believe in a God that you can't see? And I'd say, well, I can't see your brain, and neither can you. Are you sure you have one? And it's just like I've slapped them in the face, but they're coming up and mocking me, and I'm like, I'm just asking them a question. And I'm not saying it to antagonize or to get them to fight me or anything. I'm just using the same type of principle. And they have to admit, yes, I do have a brain, but I haven't seen it. And so, yeah, these type of things. And you get these comebacks from hanging around people who do street preaching a lot, because they have to, people come up with the same stuff all the time. That there's waves of like videos that go around, and I guess now there's so much social media that they can get it from anywhere. But there used to be like, you know, common things that we would say to people, and you know, that back in the 90s it was like, you know, don't trust in the Pope or dope, or there was some other thing, you know, it was like this little thing, or you know, going to church doesn't make you a Christian, just like going to a mechanics doesn't make you a car, you know, this type of thing. And so having you know, just one-liners, having the ability to engage when they're mocking full force in front of their friends. If you can say something that makes them look like they don't really know what they're talking about, and actually they're mocked and their friends are laughing at them now, it's like, it's gold, because you just cut down all their defenses. And what can they say? They were going to just mock you and walk off, but now they've mocked you, and they actually respect you more. And so, and you know, some people, if you're around them for a long period of time and they're not really choosing Christianity, they can get pretty angsty about this. I know some people who I had seen every day. Specifically, I'm thinking of one guy, and he would come up and say, "Oh, how can you believe in a like a religion that rapes little kids? You know, how can you believe that?" And I just say, "Oh, I'm not a Catholic." And so, yeah, you got the wrong religion, but you should really know that, because you're saying this thing against me, and you should really know your own argumentation before you just spew it onto someone. And I'd just be full on like that with the guy, and it sort of polarized him, because all he wanted to do was shut me up. And so he would every now and then say, "Oh, yeah, here comes Nick. Yes, he's got, you know, some sky daddy god who he talks to who's invisible, and he's not even there." And I'm like, a fancy being you who believes that we come from nothing, from an explosion, and then we go all the way through the zoo and we become you from some primate monkey sort of thing. Maybe you've devolved and become more like a monkey and you can't think straight. And he'd just be there going, but the thing is, every day he was bombarding me with stuff, but I was just having this sort of comeback. And it was sort of coming naturally, because I'm like, well, I don't put up with that sort of stuff. But sometimes people do stuff and say stuff and you just like zip it. But if you're being a witness, at times that's a very powerful thing, to be able to push back and say, well, actually, what you believe is really stupid. Because here we had Bart Ehrman, say Derek from Myth Vision, Dan McClellan, CJ Cornthwaite, these guys believe in evolution. Now, how dumb is evolution? It's like, it's like kindergarten stuff. And for them not to be able to figure out that evolution is stupid, and they defend it, like, all you really have to do is turn everything around and point to them and say, okay, so what do you, how do you think that we evolved? And they would waffle on for 10 minutes, and we could point 50 things out that are wrong, that are against science, that are against facts. There's, where are these missing links? This whole thing. And I think that's one of the issues, is they always want to keep it on the topic that they're bringing up, because if we bring up, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about how did design end up in nature? Oh, well, and they'll waffle on, and I can guarantee you these guys have really lousy explanations for why we're here. They're not like going to be saying stuff eloquently like someone who's grown up in atheism, a Richard Dawkins type of guy. They're going to be fumbling, because they don't really want to go there. They want to keep it mocking us, but they don't want to be examined themselves. And so anyway, bit of a rabbit trail there, but I thought I'd just point out that, some of these guys are just mocking Monty Python style. He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy, ha 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 ha, like as if that's the funniest thing they've ever seen or heard of, and as if that closes the argument. And it's like, it doesn't close the argument. What do you believe, Bart? Do you believe we come from river slime? Do you believe that we came from, that it rained on a rock for 1 million years and then life appeared, and then amazingly that life became everything that's living on this planet? It became plants, it became humans, and we went all the way through the zoo. We became all these different things, and we probably at one stage had gills and all sorts of things, and then we became these sort of monkey type of things, and then we're here today. And what's to say that you haven't devolved? Maybe you've devolved and your mind has become more like a monkey, and you can't think straight. These are just basic observations. But it's like, when you look at Bart Ehrman and what he actually believes and what he thinks and what his worldview is, it's insane. But he's making money off mocking Christians. He's making money off these books that he's putting out. So anything that seems to be contradiction, whether it is or not, he's just going to run with it. And all these little your disciples are going to follow suit, and they're not going to come against the critical text. They're not going to come against his list of contradictions. They might elaborate and say, well, this came from a different god or from a different, book, Gilgamesh or whatever. But it's like, Bart Ehrman and the mocking and laughing and sneering, that's pretty much half of what these guys do. And if you can strengthen yourself to get over that issue, that people are mocking and laughing at you, it'll do you well. Because if you go out street preaching, evangelizing, talking to people face to face about God, and they can just one hit, glass jaw, you're on the ground, like they just teased you. Either learn to zip it, or I've seen Christians lose it because they don't have an answer and they've lost it, and they get mad, and it's like, dude, just relax. Like what they're saying is they're mocking, but this is a huge thing. Jesus said in the parable of the sower, this is one of the biggest things. When they persecute you, people fall away. They're like, I didn't have an answer, and they fall away. Analytical Apex says, okay, it was a continuation there, is good, but also that systems grow corrupt over time, and challenge those systems with discernment and a heart for justice. Okay, and so that was part of the other spiel, but I sort of got ahead there. Oren in CT says, I don't understand. Even if there are areas in where a person's voice feels as though it overrides the message. Okay, so they're just in the chatting. Analytical Apex says, I believe there are areas where the Levites amended the laws of Leviticus to suit themselves, but I also believe in both the Torah and KJV codes, God will show his presence even in contradiction. Okay, so I don't think there are any contradictions unless you want to show me where these are. Emryo's in the house, coming in late. Okay. Try with Fire says, which innate laws or punishments do you believe were man-made? Okay, so I'm going to skip over some of that. Emryo says, it seems like Bart would rather have the scriptures contradict instead of finding reconciliation within the text of scripture. This is an unbeliever. They're looking for holes, and this is what it says in the preface to the King James, like, where there is no hole, they make a hole. They, if things line up, they copied each other, and so it can't be true. If things don't line up exactly how they want it to line up, well, it's a contradiction. And so you can just never win. There's never a point where they're just like, yes, and that's a really good testimony to that story, you know. They are radical skeptics. Analytical Apex says cows falling into holes, for example. Okay. So they're just talking about the purity laws. I might skip over that. Emryo says, don't add or take away from Scripture. When you isolate Scriptures from the entirety of Scripture, you're guilty of adding and taking away. The Bible is foolishness to Bart, hence hardening of heart. Yes, absolutely. Analytical Apex says, other examples of multivocality of the Bible is the war language being so intense. That is not to say God never commanded the destruction of evil, but I believe God intended much of the Bible to be difficult to defend because it bolsters belief, because it makes us have to reconcile the darker parts of our hearts with the good that we do. Okay, so I'm not really sure where you're going with that. I believe every word of the Bible is true, regardless of what it says. In a sense where, you know, if it says that there was a flood, God said that he flooded the earth. I don't have a problem with that. God's just. Mankind became unjust. And so, and he's God. He's the maker, not he's not part of the creation just with a limited understanding. He knows everything. So he knows what these people are thinking. He knows he knows the future of what will happen if he lets them continue. And so he put a stop to it. Analytical Apex says, the Bible shows us the dual nature of man and how it's an uphill battle. It really hammers in why redemption is required. Tribufy says, when you say much, does that imply you believe that some of the Bible is made up? That was for you, Analytical Apex. You know, God intended much of the Bible. Analytical Apex says, no, I mean, much of the Bible has human elements written into it, that the Bible is inspired and that God's voice is the overarching voice, but that God doesn't override the human writer. Analytical Apex says, I don't believe that's how he uses us, that to a person who can only read it from a human perspective will only ever read the human perspective. Okay. All right, let's continue on.
Was the stone rolled away before the women got to the tomb or after?
Okay, so we already just looked at that. And it's very clear that it's not a chronological sequence because of the idhu, behold, that occurs in Matthew 28, verse 2. It says very clear that the women came to the tomb, and it says, behold, this had all happened. Stone being rolled away, angel came down, etc. And then it continues on talking about the women. So there's no contradiction there. It doesn't say they actually witnessed the stone being rolled away. But what's amazing, let's look at Bart's, he's in the middle of a debate here. Now, what he had under everyone was in agreement was that the stone was rolled away, but then he had before or after. So it's pretty much the same thing. And he was saying that everyone agrees on those things. But now he's saying where the Gospels differ, they probably don't reconcile here. So he's saying you can probably reconcile these here if you smoke enough crack. But here, if you want, you can't reconcile these. But in the previous slide, he was saying that these are just common things that we shouldn't even be talking about. But then he's talking about it. So we've actually already gone through this one. But anyway, let's let him talk.
3 of the Gospels say before. Matthew says it was not rolled away before. It rolled away after they got there. Explicitly says it.
Explicitly says it. Okay, let's read Matthew 28. Let's see if it's explicit. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, so the Idhu. And so this is what had happened. Okay, so it's a bit like if it said, okay, Nick got up in the morning, he went for a jog, and as he was going over the hill, behold, there was a drunk driver who had driven through the traffic light and hit 2 pedestrians, and they were lying there dead on the ground. And there was an ambulance there, and there were several police cars there. And obviously, I didn't see all that. It's just part of the story. It's giving the backstory to that, which is very clear. So it's at the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn towards the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to the sepulchre. And Idhu, behold, there was a great earthquake, because the angel of the Lord. So even the "for" there, you've got the conjunction. He got and Idhu, and it was a great earthquake. And so so this is why. Okay, there was a great earthquake because the angel of the Lord descended from heaven. So this is what happened. And came and rolled back the stone of the door and sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning, and the raiment white as snow. And for fear of him, the keepers did shake and became as dead men. So that's what had happened. Okay, full stop. And the angels answered and said to the woman, fear not ye, for I know you seek Jesus, which was crucified. He's not here, but he's risen. Come and see the place where he lay. But if he had, like this just contradicts what Ehrman's saying. They're saying he's not here, he's risen. Look, see where he lay. Well, if they saw the stone roll away, if this was all stuff that they saw instead of the backstory, they would have seen Jesus come out of the tomb, wouldn't they? Why would the angel have to say, well, he's not here, he's risen, and come and see the place where the Lord lay? They'll be like, well, yeah, we just saw him walk out. You know what I mean? It doesn't. Ehrman's interpretation of this is in his head only. And it says, go quickly and tell his disciples that he's risen from the dead. And behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall ye see him. Lo, I have told you. So, yeah, I mean, listen to what Bart Ehrman says about that account. Listen to this.
Says the tomb reconcilable in these accounts. Was the stone rolled away before the women got to the tomb or after? 3 of the Gospels say before. Matthew says it was not rolled away before. It rolled away after they got there. Explicitly says it.
Like, Bart Ehrman says that the magisterium has spoken. I'm an academic. I know, you don't. My interpretation is always right. Let's listen again to what he says.
Reconcilable in these accounts. Was the stone rolled away before the women got to the tomb or after? 3 of the Gospels say before. Matthew says it was not rolled away before. It rolled away after they got there. Explicitly says it. Matthew says it was not rolled away before. It rolled away after they got there. Explicitly says it.
It's like he's yelling at a puppy. No, you sit down. You will do. No, it explicitly says it. No, Matthew, that's it. It's like, okay, well, he should really get the verses up and put them next to each other and then steel man the argument and say, okay, well, this, like I said, the thing is, by going through Bart Ehrman's material like this, I'm actually steel manning his argument because I'm letting him say exactly what he wants to say. Okay. I'm not, just, it's not secondhand information. I'm not just summarizing it and saying, well, Bart Ehrman says this. I'm showing you exactly what he's saying. And by going to just simple things like ChatGPT or Google, it's not going to be a bias, some apologist saying, well, Bart Ehrman said this and said that, and it might be misquoted or not that I think that would really happen. But we're cutting out all those issues. But he can't represent the Christians properly. And so that's just what Bart Ehrman does. So let's just catch up with these comments. I'm going to skip over the whole concept of the Leviticus human elements thing. Embryo says, if evolution were true, we would still be evolving. Nature and reality don't evince this. Yeah. And that's the thing. What about devolution, de-evolving, going backwards? What if I just started growing like a dog's head? What if I just got monkey brains? And that's the thing. Like when I'm talking to people who are so prideful about evolution, I'm like, well, how do you know you haven't devolved into some sort of ape? Like, how do you know you're not a Neanderthal? But all your friends are a lot smarter than you are. And I just find that type of thing, like, I guess you have to be in the sort of situations and scenarios that I've been in. And I just find that, like, spiritually, that's just like a KO. You've just knocked the wind out of them. And it's like, man, what are they going to say is a comeback? And so then they have to start talking. So what you do is you say these type of things, but then they realize they can't get you just on the humor thing. You're not a glass jaw disciple who just falls on the ground as soon as someone says something funny. You're able to say, hey, well, what about this? What about that? And just turn it back on them. And sometimes too, it's good to ask people what they think and what they believe. What do you think about this? Get them talking, and then start picking to pieces what they're saying, rather than them with all their stuff, like trying to project onto you what you think. And also too, it's good to say, so what do you think I believe? What do you think I believe? And sometimes they'll just describe Roman Catholicism or Jehovah's Witnesses, or it's like, no, I reject all of what you just said. Okay, Tribal Fire says, I'm conversing with a young man in England about the foolishness of evolution theory, and he's coming around. Wow, that's really good. That's great. There's so much material out there nowadays, and it would be great to see a bunch of, and I know there are a lot, and I guess they come under the label of King James only, but, TR, King James people coming out and talking about evolution. Because we see like Answers in Genesis, they do a good job, but it's like, man, when it comes to their bibliology, they're guiding people to the wrong source, which is terrible, because they will mock others and say, hey, you got to believe, Genesis 1 and 2 or up to Genesis 11 is proper history, or else you won't believe the rest of the Bible. And it's like, how about we just believe the whole Bible? And what about the last 12 verses of Mark? What about the woman caught in adultery? What about 1 John 5? So can't we just leave all that in, and like we used to have before the heretics got involved? Okay. Jonathan Sheffield says, on evolution, I'm waiting for the X-Men. Yeah. Yep, become Superman. Well, that's the thing, you know, people who are so-called spiritual say that we're going to evolve into a god. I'm waiting on the Terminator. Yeah, well, that looks like we're all going to be AI, half AI bots. I mean, you know, I don't know if you guys have gotten into the chatting to your phone thing through ChatGPT. ChatGPT used to be good. Now it's terrible now. You say, can you say in like over 100 words what you think about this? And it will say 20 words. It's like, oh, you know, it's just terrible. But it used to be good. I used to argue with ChatGPT, like talk about different theological things and, you know, manuscript evidence, and I'd be going through a whole bunch of stuff. But they've sort of dumbed it down, and I guess there's other ones out there that you pay for now. There's probably free ones like Grok, and there was another one that I signed up for, but I've forgotten. It's in my email somewhere. But I was using Grok, and oh yeah, they do have an audio one, yeah, voice mode. But yeah, I'd encourage people to check it out. You know, now I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's going to lead to the mark of the beast." Look, until we actually have the beast, none of this technology is evil. Who's to say it's evil? Now, it's like Wikipedia. It can be right or it can be wrong, but you're probably better off, you know, reading it and going, okay, well, that's what people believe. That's the bog standard, you know, consensus sort of thing. And at least I know it, so I can either debunk it or I can go, oh, that's true. And so, yeah, I don't know. I'm not that fearful of AI until the beast comes with the mark. I don't think there's anything wrong with technology, because the thing is, technology's come along. Like say the internet, you could just say, "Oh, the internet's bad. I'm not going to use it," and that used to be like a line that some pastors would use, like you've got to be careful what you read on the internet. It's like I'd just be like, that's like saying you've got to be careful what books are printed. It's like, what does that mean? You know, it's just a technology that's come along, and I think we can use it for our benefit. Yeah, but anyway, new Terminator movie. AI. Emryo says it's amazing how much people such as Bart are allowed to be an influence in seminaries. Why does the academy allow an unbeliever to teach Christians? That's simply crazy. And I talked earlier about stacking the board, and it seems like what they've done in the academy is they have stacked the board with a whole bunch of crazies, and now they've still got their Christian, you know, academy, Bible, blah blah blah. We're text critics, but they're not. They are just heretics, you know. Analytical Apex says there should be nothing wrong with learning from unbelievers, but Bart, from all I know, is dangerous. More of an anti-theist than an atheist. Yeah. And it just seems like he just defaults to the worst possible scenario in everything. In all the interpretations, he'll just gravitate to the one that, you know, someone smoking crack on the corner would come to and say, yeah, that's the worst, you know. And very rarely is he steel-manning argumentation. He might, because he might on his program, you know, misquoting Jesus with Bart Ehrman on his YouTube, he might look like he is giving credibility to people who try and harmonize these things and go through it. But then when it comes down to it, you look at other places where he's saying the same thing and he's just mocking it like it's the dumbest thing he's ever heard and it's the stupidest. And so he's sort of schizophrenic in some of the things that he does. Obviously, he's got this academic role where he has to play, the serious guy who's looking into textual variation and, trying to harmonize things and look at parablepsis and, is this manuscript saying this or that or whatever. But then he comes along and he's like the Monty Python guy. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. And then he comes along and has this really sort of sober, like, oh, we're talking about these things. So he does at times represent, like, say, if he's talking about this, the women who went to the tomb. Even in this, he read through what everyone sort of agrees on, and it was exactly the same thing. No, it was this one here, the stone rolled away. But then he would just turn around and mock it like it's the dumbest thing you've ever heard in the next breath. And so it's sort of like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing. 1 minute he's being real serious, next minute he's mocking it. And so you've got to take that all together and go, well, obviously he thinks it's silly. He mocks it. He's not into it. Analytical Apex says there's a difference between learning from someone who has differing beliefs and another from people trying to destroy yours. Destruction is okay, but it allows for you to reconstruct. But destruction leaves you barren. Okay, let's continue.
Where was the man, angel, or angels sitting or standing? Depends which gospel you read. Was it inside the tomb? Was it on top of the stone? It was beside them someplace. Where was it? Well, depends which gospel you read. What were the women told to tell the disciples? The women are instructed to go tell the disciples.
Okay, sorry, I just have to pause that. My mouse has just frozen. So I'm going to unplug it. And I bought another mouse anticipating this exact thing for like $5 the other day. It was on special. And hopefully it works straight away. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so it's like, where were the men, angels standing? What were the women told to tell the disciples? To go to Galilee or stay in Jerusalem? Now, we've gone through that one recently with Bart Ehrman. And, it's another nothing burger. And, one of the dumbest things I've heard Bart Ehrman say is in John, it talks about this was the first miracle that Jesus did. And Bart's like, it wasn't the first miracle. What about the second one? That wasn't the second one. That wasn't the third one. And he mocks that whole thing. But it says in Judea, in Galilee. It's very specific. But he doesn't read that bit because he doesn't know the Bible, because he's illiterate on the Bible. But he is literate in his sphere, which is like a Jehovah's Witness knowing all about the Watchtower and what that says, but not knowing the Bible that well. But yeah, so these things we've gone through, the women telling the disciples. And so, but yeah, so I guess I want to sort of move it on. But all these ones, I want to make sure that what I do moving on, obviously not today or any time immediately soon, but I do want to do a whole video on the Judas, so-called Judas contradictions, even this one about the, who went to the tomb, who did they see at the tomb, It was the stone rolled away, you know, this type of thing. So I want to do a video on each one of these, and not just a video like this where I'm just chatting, but actually a video like a full proper, like when I did my Easter video. Now that was probably 15 years ago now. And Adobe, I've got Adobe, what's it called? Pro something, the video editing one. It should be here somewhere. But yeah, I'll actually just type it in, Adobe. It's not showing me it. I've got Illustrator, Photoshop, Express. What's the name of the Adobe? Anyway, the one that does the videos. And it's I've done a few videos on that, but it can be quite hard. But I do want to do something of good quality, I guess, and it takes time, it takes patience. Two things that I lack. You know, I wish I had all the time in the world to do all this sort of stuff. But I do want to make a video that I can just, if someone says, hey, there's a contradiction here, I'm like, okay, we've gone through this, here you go. And I won't just do it like this, where I'm just, you know, first thing I Google, I'm reading, you know, go through and study it. And I guess that's why with the Judas thing, when Dan McClellan recently did another one of it, I was like, I just felt I had to do it because it just seems so dumb. And it seems like such a silly thing to talk about. But Tribe with Fire says, I'll never understand it either at Embryo. At least he's gone, but left a huge wake of infidels behind him. People like Bart are causing Christians to argue under their terms of unbelief. You can never win. So you can't ever win when the gospel post keeps moving. Yes, very true. Answers in Genesis is good, but agree that their bibliology is way off. Yes.
Are they told to tell the disciples to go to Galilee, or are they told what Jesus said to them in Galilee? In Matthew and Mark, the women are told to tell the disciples to go to Galilee to meet Jesus there. In Luke, the disciples are told to stay in Jerusalem and don't leave it. And they don't.
And to stay in Jerusalem, don't leave it.
Up to the day of Pentecost, 50 days later. In fact, they don't leave it in the book of Acts.
And so it's only Bart Ehrman's interpretation of that you got to believe. He's seeing it that way. That's the way it is. That's the way there's no wiggle room around that. There's no other alternative. It's just a contradiction, you know, because Bart Ehrman's just set up a straw man and he's tearing down the straw man.
Acts. So, did they stay in Jerusalem, or did they travel 100 miles up north to Galilee? It's a difference. Did the women tell anybody or not? In Mark, the women are said, go tell the disciples this. And Mark's gospel ends by Mark saying they didn't tell anyone because they were afraid. Period. The gospel ends there.
So he should know that Jonathan Sheffield is a Textus Receptus guy, and that he believes the last 12 verses of Mark are genuine. But, you know, Bart's, you know, sort of got a hammer and everything's a nail. He's just going to do his thing. And he should really be saying, well, I know that Jonathan doesn't think this. I know, like, if he was debating, say, Maurice Robinson, he would probably acknowledge this, but it's, yeah, I mean, the whole thing of he's part of the group that say we shouldn't have those last 12 verses in, and then he's part of the group that says, yeah, and it creates all these problems, and see, there you go, the Bible's stupid. It's like, so you've actually created a problem, and then the only solution is that the whole thing is wrong. And it's like 1,654 manuscripts have the last 12 verses of Mark. Only 2 don't. So you're going to have a pretty good story as to why we should just believe these too, and they have the room for it, but it's just missing in their text. Anyway, Tribufy says it really does go back to Westcott and Hort, how the critical text and its many doubts of God's word have been passed down and believed in so many seminaries. Yeah, these guys are just predictable victims of the Westcott and Hort theory.
They didn't tell anyone. What about Matthew? In Matthew, they run off and tell the disciples. What about Luke? They run off and tell the disciples. What about John? They run off and tell the disciples. Matthew says, Matthew, Luke, and John say that. Mark says they didn't tell anybody.
Does it say they didn't tell anybody? And this is the thing. So, like, what they try and do, like Jesus will say to someone, hey, don't tell anyone you got healed. And we can see why, because there will be so many people coming and crowding him. He would have to spend the whole day praying for everyone, and he was limited in his time and what he did. So he would go to a place, and sometimes there was an overriding theme of why he went there, to preach to a certain group of people who then could, work on the ministry and things like that, where he had to do it in a certain fashion, in a certain order. And in other places, like this is where I remember running into a guy downtown here, and he said, look, I don't have any money. And he especially let me know this. I think he was like, I don't do any work. I just get donations from other Christians. So he let me know this straight away. In other words, can I get some money off you? And I was like, oh, that's good. God will provide, for you, And he was saying, I get this from when Jesus sent out the 70. He said, take no, copper coin or no money in your money bags and this type of thing. But he's not reading the whole Bible. The Bible is very clear. Jesus says to his disciples, I said to you earlier, don't take any money or a staff. He's saying, now take money and a staff. And it's like, and a sword and this. And he goes through a list of things that they should take now. So which list are you going to go with? And obviously things have changed. So sometimes, Jesus is saying a certain thing for a certain time, then he's saying something else, and it can be the complete opposite at another time. And so but it's not a contradiction. It's just a sequence. But Embryo says, hold on, I forgot that Bart is saying these things in a debate. How can he be taken seriously? Unbelievable. Yeah, I know. The more you know about it, the more frustrating it gets. But we're going to keep going through this material because, he's sort of like the head guru who everyone follows. And I think once we go through his arguments, I'm just looking at what Grok spat out. What are some of the arguments Bart Ehrman makes? Misrepresented genealogies in Matthew 1 and Luke 3. It's like, really? You're going there? Infancy narratives, difference between Matthew 2 and Luke 2. So, no. like seriously, I could just do a whole program on Matthew 1, Luke 3, just off the top of my head, without even opening the Bible. Matthew 2 and Luke 2, I could the same. The curtain tearing thing. He says one has it before death, the other one has it after death. The Kai and signals simultaneous events, not strict sequence. Another case of manufacturing contradiction. So he is manufacturing all these contradictions. Yeah. And I'm sort of tired about him, and I just want to expose him for the snake that he is. And he is making a lot of money, and he is promoting a whole bunch of other little snakes. But the good thing is these little snakes are just parroting him. So once we go through and say, okay, well, here's the whole Judas contradiction thing, and we just tie it all up and have it all there, so anyone can watch it and go, yeah, they're just making a mountain out of a molehill. It's not even a contradiction. Then it's like, okay, so who wants to debate on this? I'll debate anyone, anywhere, and just tear them to shreds. And that's really what I want to do. And so I guess I'm just going through these arguments. and Bart Ehrman, at least, you know, he had like some sort of biblical, like at least the goalposts are a little bit stable. Where with these other guys, they'll just say, well, I don't even think the Gospels are real. You know, they probably weren't even written even in the 2nd century. Maybe Jesus was real. Maybe Judas existed. It's like, oh, that's so weird, you know. Try with fire, 2 Peter 3:16, as also his epistles speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned and unstable wrest, as they do the other scriptures, unto their own destruction. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty painful day for people like Bart Ehrman on Judgment Day, and when all of his secrets are revealed before God, and he's like, oh, I just wanted fame, fortune, money. Now, as I pointed out, when Bart Ehrman says he saw a big contradiction and it's you've lost your faith over it, he makes this noise. He goes, ah. Listen again.
They run off and tell the disciples. Matthew says, Matthew, Luke, and John say that. Mark says they didn't tell anybody. Ah.
Okay. The women didn't tell anybody. Okay, so let's read Mark. So remembering, Bart Ehrman thinks that the original reading is from Codex Beza in Mark 1:41, that Jesus healed out of anger. So it's obviously the harder reading. So this is a hard reading too. This is a ridiculous reading if you stop at verse 9. So it's pretty clear. It says here, and when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, and Salome had brought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. And they said among themselves, who shall roll away the stone from the door of the sepulchre? And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. And entering inside the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment, and they were affrighted. And he said to them, be not affrighted, ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen, he is not here. Behold the place where they laid him. But go your way, tell the disciples and Peter that he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall ye see him, and as he said unto you. So this is the last verse that they have here. And they went out quickly and fled from the sepulchre, for they trembled and were amazed. Neither said they anything to any man, for they were afraid. So that's why he's saying, okay, that's where the critical text ends. That's where Westcott and Hort thinks it ends. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus don't have the next 12 verses. 1,654 manuscripts do have it. Only 2 don't. But we're going to go with the weirdest ones because, you know, you've got to go with the weirdest thing because that's what, you know, some sort of textual rule says. You've got to go with the hardest reading. And so obviously the hardest reading actually makes the Bible completely contradictory. But then it says, now when Jesus had risen early the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he cast 7 devils. And she went and told them that had been with him, as they mourned and wept. And they, when they had heard that he was alive and had been seen of her, believed not. After that he appeared in another form unto 2 of them, as they walked and went into the country. And as they went and told it unto the residue, neither believed they then. Afterward he appeared unto the 11 as they sat at meat, and upbraided them for their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they believed not them which had seen him after he was risen. So if you just include these, which is in 99.99% of all the other manuscripts, you can see that it's very clearly they did go out and tell people. Initially, they didn't because they were afraid. they were just like, this is amazing, and they were running. And so Emryo says, Nick, where do you and Bryan Ross differ on Easter? Have you and him ever had a discussion on Easter? If so, please send the link. I don't think we've ever had a discussion on it. I know that he wrote his book pretty much like I did my work in 2005 initially. Then my second article was in 2007, and then I did another one in 2011, I think it was. And so I made a video on that, I think in 2009, maybe 2011, something like that. And then I made another one when I was in Pakistan in 2015 or 2016, something like that. And that was article number 2 and 3. And during all those years, I was in constant contact with the guy from the KJV Today website who chooses to remain anonymous, kjvtoday.net. And he wrote his Easter article. Okay. So then Bryan Ross, I think it was in 2019 or something, he wrote his book on that, which I actually have. I grabbed it the other day. I saw it in my storage, and I was like, oh, that's weird that I've got it in storage rather than out and about. There it is. Why we should not pass over Easter. So when I bought this book, straight away you could download a PDF of it. So I went through, read the whole thing pretty much straight away. And I was sort of like, it's pretty much exactly what I'm saying. He does talk a little bit more about James White and Sam Gipp, but I do mention James White, and I do mention like the King James onlyist guys, more like so D.A. Waite and Jack Mormon, who read my work and said that it was good, and they actually changed from being, it's a pagan festival to thinking it's a Christian festival. So, and I think the thing is too, like when I first originally did my articles, we're talking like 2011 was my second article. And so that, or even 2005, that's when I had all the Bishop's Bible has Easter this many times, Matthew's this many times. So some of those things, it was like, I couldn't check online at all until like 10 years later, Bishop's Bible just wasn't online, or the ones that they had online had faults in it and all sorts of things. And so, so Bryan Ross has done quite a lot of homework in putting in those exact numbers, but really it's pretty much exactly the same. So where we differ, it's sort of weird because in a way he's using the King James KJVtoday.net argumentation in saying that the etymology of Easter comes from the rising up, like the dawning sort of thing, okay? And it's like, okay, cool. And I've sort of gone through that as well. And sorry, I was just reading something. It triggered another thought. And so he's saying that the etymology is sort of from dawn, which the KJV Today guy says as well. I got from Cruz, who translated Eusebius's work, and he said the etymology of Easter comes from Uster, which is from Uferstahung, which means resurrection. So he's saying Easter actually means resurrection. And he's a brilliant linguist, Cruz. And so, and I pointed out the problems with Alexander Hislop in my first article in 2005. And a lot of that information came from Scott Jones. Will Kinney had written a bit about it as well. And so, but I was able to put it into a publication that sort of made it mainstream. And then Answers in Genesis, they ran with my material. Jonathan Safadi from Creation Ministries International, he ran with my article. So lots of people were running with my article and pointing out that Easter is not a pagan thing, and the etymology of Easter, it comes from resurrection. So I think a lot of people were sort of sucked in to think it was a pagan thing, and to me, that's why the New King James had Passover there, because they thought, oh, Easter's a pagan thing. Let's get rid of it, sort of thing. So basically, where me and Bryan Ross differ is we come to the conclusion he thinks that because, and this is what I pointed out in my second article, because Easter and Passover were at one stage like used synonymously. Sometimes you'd have it, sometimes you wouldn't. In certain verses where Pascha appeared, he says that was still the case in 1611. When my point is, no, the guys in 1611 tidied that issue up and put Easter into its correct semantic range, because the only place where there's a Pascha which appears in the historical narrative after the resurrection is in Acts 12:4. Every other time Pascha appears, it's to do with the Passover, the old shadow and type, where if it's to do with the resurrection, the celebration of the resurrection, it's in Acts, okay? And so, but he's basically saying, well, they've just gone through, just like, say, the Bishop's Bible, they have Easter twice, okay? So I think it's in John somewhere and in Acts, they have it there. So it's sort of like you can't make that argument for that Bible or for the rest of them. So pretty much we've got all the same details, but then it comes down to the King James. And for me, the King James translators put it in specifically because it means the resurrection. They put it into Acts 12:4 by design, where he's sort of saying, well, they just sort of had this synonymous word and they could use whatever word they wanted. So they just went with that one. And I'm like, no, I don't think they were that haphazard. To me, I know they did it in earlier English Bibles, but I don't think that the guys who did the bishops in Geneva and all that were as skilled as the King James guys or as careful. And so that's one of my arguments. Another argument is the usage had changed by then. So when you look at the usage, oftentimes I'm given lists of things that say, oh, well, people using the word Easter in 1620 or 1630, they're using the word Easter, but as far as I know, I don't think I've been shown just where they're just using it haphazardly for the Passover. When I say they're using Easter to mean specifically the Passover. To me, at 1611, they changed that. They changed the whole thing, so Easter will always be the resurrection celebration, and Passover will always be the Jewish celebration, okay? And so in English usage, people up until around 1611, probably even 10, 15 years before that, they started to just use Easter only as the resurrection and Passover as only the Jewish tradition. And so then it ends up in the 1611, and then after that, it's just like pretty much a door shut on that whole issue, and we've defined it that Easter is the Christian celebration, Passover is the Jewish celebration. So it seems pretty clear that that's what happened. Now, like I said, I'm often given lists of, oh, what about this one in 1620 or 1630? Now, I never said it just stopped at 1611 and it was just like an edict that went out into the land. So if they do find stuff, it's like, okay, well, but at the end of the day, when you look at what's usually found, they're referencing back to the Bishop's Bible or back to the Geneva Bible or back to older writings. And so, and this is what I found, because anyone who had an argument against what I was saying, I'd go get into it and I'd look at it just like with the whole Revelation 16:5 thing. I'd keep my finger on the pulse with it, go through it. And I went through all these claims. There was like 20 of them. And they were all quotations of like older preachers or the Bishop's Bible or the Geneva Bible. And I was like, I'm struggling to find anything after 1611 on that. And so that's one of the arguments that I make is like, well, either the King James translators did this, they did it on purpose, and that actually changed the culture, it changed the usage in England, or the usage by 1611 had changed so much that that's just how they used the words. So they were translating for that particular audience, so that's how they did it. So I don't think that's really something that's acknowledged, because today, if I said, okay, what's Easter? You'd say, oh, it's a Christian celebration, unless you've got the pagan concept in mind. You'd say it's a Christian celebration. If I say, okay, what's Passover? You'd say, well, that's the Jewish celebration. So to me, that's what the King James translators, either they formulated that and made that, or that was just what had become in the usage in around 1611. So that, because he believes that Easter is Passover. Okay, so to me, it's not Passover. One of the things is Easter and Passover happen at exactly the same time. They're the same festival. Christians celebrate one, Jews celebrate the other. And so Christians were celebrating so this is one of the things as well that seems to be a little bit ignored by critics of my position. In the early church, they never argued about whether to celebrate Pascha. They only argued on what day to do it on. So obviously the Christians were doing a Pascha that wasn't killing a lamb and all that. It was just celebrating, like doing Easter. But the Jews were still doing their Passover, their Pascha, but it was called the same thing and it was on the same dates. So it wasn't until like till Council of Nicaea that these things got tidied up. There were the Quartodecimans who did things on the 10th. Others did things, they did theirs on the 14th, which is the Quartodecimans, the 14th. Others did it the Sunday after. So the Sunday after sort of won out, but they were all doing it. In the early church, they did it. Even when the Gospel of John was written, it says the Passover, and it has a Jewish celebration. Why would it say that? No, it says the Jews' Passover. Why would they say the Jews' Passover? Aren't the Jews the only one doing the Passover? No, apparently not. Gentiles were doing it. Christians were doing it, but it's the Pascha, okay? In the Greek, the Jews' Pascha. So the Jews' Pascha is obviously different to the Christians' Pascha. So that's something that I don't think has ever been really thought about. And in the early church, they were celebrating Easter. Now, we have two words that celebrate Easter and Passover. The Christians don't celebrate Passover anymore. We celebrate Easter because we've been given two words. It's like we have too many words. But if we actually have to choose one, it's like, well, yeah, we have to choose. Like when I was listening to Jonathan Burris the other day, he's talking about how study, it's the wrong word. You know, the verse in, 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15, where it has spedauzo. Oh, well, that just means being diligent. Now, if we didn't have a word for study, just say study doesn't exist as a word, we might say be diligent in your mind or be diligent with doing work or whatever. But we do have a word for that, and it's called study. So when you go through all the words and you're choosing them, you're like, well, I'll use the word study. It fits in there. And that's the thing with Easter. Easter fits in. Easter is like the Christian celebration. It is the celebration that means resurrection. That's what they were celebrating. That's what it means. And so that fits in there, where Bryan Ross is saying, no, it's just a synonym for Passover. And then you come back to all these old arguments about Herod's motivation and all that. It was written by Bible-believing, born-again Luke, born-again Christian Luke, who loved the resurrection. He was writing that, and he said Pascha there, which can be either one, and it is both, but it's like the King James translator skillfully put it as the only time after the resurrection where that occurred, and that was the celebration of the resurrection that Christians everywhere were celebrating, because they were doing Passover, but not in the way that the Jews did. They were doing the Christian Passover, which is called Easter. Now, for 80, 90 years after Tyndale invented the word Passover, Easter and Passover were sort of, synonyms, and they sort of blended into each other. But by 1611, that was tidied up. Because it's tidied up today, isn't it? So if you just go back a century, was it tidied up then? Yep. If you go back another century, was it tidied up then? Yep. If you go back to 1611, to me, when I look at the usage, it was tidied up. It was either tidied up because the guys in 1611 did it that way, or it was tidied up because the usage had tidied it up itself. The culture had gone, we're going to use this for a Christian thing, and we're going to use Passover for, or Passover for a Jewish thing. And that's sort of what Tyndale began to do anyway. When he had the word Easter in the New Testament, when he went back to the Old Testament in Exodus, and he's going through talking about the Easter lamb, he's like, oh, I've got to invent another word here. And he invented Passover. And so that became the Old Testament thing. So he just didn't live long enough to tidy it up like the King James guys did. But eventually, after a few versions, it got to the point where it was weeding that type of thing out. And then it got to the point where it's like, 28 times it's Old Testament Passover, one time it's a New Testament Easter. So that's where we would differ, where I would say that Bryan Ross would be probably in agreement in an update. If he got the New King James, he would agree with the New King James over and above what I've done in Acts 12:4 by saying Easter. He would say, well, that's an archaic term. And if I'm claiming to have updated archaisms, then that's wrong. Where I would say, no, I've done my homework on it. I do believe that's what it should say. Emilio says, I saw a pretty good video on challenging the rules which manuscripts readings are allowed. I think I sent the link. Yeah, I've seen you sent quite a few videos through. I'll have to, and I think that you were contacting me on Facebook about, we were talking about something about Tyndale? No, Tregellus and the word Yahweh. And so I sometimes I don't have time. I'm just on the run doing stuff. And so I don't have time to watch, sit down and watch a whole video. And sometimes I have to wait for the weekend to do that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that our conversation flowed anyway. But yeah, I'll get back to this video and we'll try to, I've gone for 3 hours, 38 minutes. I'll try and end this. Maybe, I know, but basically goes for like another, another 10 minutes. So we've got quite a lot to go through yet, but this is his opening statements. Let's just continue on.
Did the disciples immediately leave and go to Galilee, as in Matthew? Or did they stay in Jerusalem for weeks, months, or years, as in Luke? Well, okay. I don't think you can reconcile these. So you've got accounts that basically agree on kind of major issues and can't get their story straight when it comes to any of the details. That's not good for sources. If you're in a court of law and you have witnesses that kind of basically say, yeah, there was this accident, but they don't agree on like anything about the details. Okay. Well, maybe it still happened anyway. In some,
they don't agree on anything like the details. I'm just looking for, where are we? I've got so many pages open now. I've got Matthew 28 open like 10 times. So Dwayne Green has just popped in. Hey, Dwayne, good to see you. And so, yeah, Bart Ehrman, he has these impossible, you cannot reconcile these things. So, he's saying it's a devastating argument. The Gospels agree on the big things, but in the details, they contradict. So we can't trust them. So this sounds pretty powerful until we actually, check into it and examine these things. So then he says, would these witnesses be persuasive in a court? So in a real legal setting, if eyewitnesses tell exactly the same story, word for word, detail for detail, it's not credibility, that's just collusion. So independent testimony always varies in their perspectives, in their detail selection, and in the sequencing. So if someone went into the tomb and saw one person there and they talked, it doesn't mean that there weren't 5 others there or 1 other there, but then someone says, no, there were two there. It's not a contradiction. If it said there was no one there, then that's a contradiction. You know what I mean? Like saying, if I said, hey, I went to the shop and one guy called out and said, hey, and started fighting with me, that doesn't mean there weren't 15 guys there or 2 guys there. Just because I pointed out one, that's the one that I wanted to talk about. So Bart Ehrman's method and Bart Ehrman's standard for what a contradiction is really quite lame. But because if you put Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John together, they agree on the core elements, which is what stands up in a court of law, not someone having a different detail. And the thing is, it's not just, they all witnessed a car accident and one saw a blue car, one saw a red car or anything like that. It's, the car was driving past and one guy yelled out and said this. So Bart reads that as, there's only one guy in the car, but the car could be full of people. But one guy yelled out. And so this is how lame his structure is for this type of thing. And so there's so much agreement in the Gospels. Like when I read through them and I put them together, I know instinctively that if I'm seeing something and it's like, that doesn't seem to match up with this other one, and in all literature we see that. In all movies we're like, hang on, didn't he just say this thing? It seems to contradict this other thing, but then in the end it all matches up. I know instinctively that if I get the Gospels and put them together and I read through the stories, think about it, and do word studies on it, I'll come to the conclusion because I have confidence that it's correct. Just like I have confidence that if I was to read, say, a sports account of someone talking about, a sports team and they kicked a goal and this other guy got tackled and this guy got injured, and they might have different emphasis. They might say certain things that seem to be different, but when you put it all together, it paints this bigger picture. That's why they constantly want us to be breaking everything up into little compartments, saying, there's no univocality, God's not involved with this. It's like, okay, well, God's not involved. Then it's like, Jesus isn't even involved because, they all copy from Mark. And so you have to just get Jesus out of the picture and just put, people are copying each other and elaborating, sort of thing. So this is a strong multi-source convergence. So, I don't know of anything that is this ancient and this cohesive, where Bart's just looking for problems. And does he have a history of looking for these sorts of weird problems? Yes, he does. And is he prone to exaggeration? Yes. He puts Codex Bezer, says that's the original reading in Mark 1:41, that Jesus got angry. That's the original reading, and it overrides everything else. And you just really, for someone, I would expect, a student to do that sort of thing, or someone who's just a bit, confused about things. But for someone who's at the top of the academy to do that, to me, it's just a bias. And it's to sell a book, and it's to make people go, well, what's going on here? And so Dwayne says he's very late to this one. Yeah, I was a little bit late in starting. Dwayne says there are 4 records, and they are all told from the perspective of the observer. Being inspired by the Holy Spirit does not mean they see and write the same thing. Yes, absolutely. And so they saw something, they wrote about it, and there is no contradiction. What Bart Ehrman says is a contradiction is just simply not. Like, it doesn't say that they, like, but what he does, he gets rid of the last 12 verses of Mark and creates a contradiction. The women told no one. But the thing is, too, later on they do. So sometimes, like I was saying, sometimes with that guy who I met who was saying, oh, I go with the principles that Jesus taught. You go 2 by 2 and you door knock. And so they would go 2 by 2 and door knock and all this stuff. Jehovah's Witnesses have that type of theme as well with the 70 who went out. But then later on, it's like, instead of don't bring money, don't bring a staff, all this sort of stuff, it's take money, take a staff, take a sword, do all this sort of stuff. Jesus taught that as well. How come people aren't doing that? But they only want to go with this other one because it's, I guess, fun, you know. But that's a different detail, and it's taught by the same guy. Obviously, things can change. Jesus can be talking about something and saying, we're doing it this way for the moment, or while we're in this town, and that move somewhere else and go, well, what's going to happen is we're going to do it this way here. It happens all the time in any type of activity in life. You might have, you know, someone who's, you know, doing dead weights, and they're just, you know, lifting a whole heap of weights, and they get injured. And so then they're saying, I'm not going to do that. I stop doing it, because they hurt themselves. You know, things happen. But Bart would say, oh, that's a contradiction. You know, that's just the way that Bart operates, because obviously he's making some coin off this. Dwayne says, of course, he's looking for problems. He thinks the Bible was changed by those who held to orthodox opinions. Yes, those pesky Trinitarians and people who believe the Bible, and you know, they wrecked the Bible, apparently.
What I'd say is that the Gospels do agree in major ways about the resurrection. Most of the time, they're not independent in what they have to say about it.
Because they have this whole thing of he copied, they copied. But the amazing thing is, if Mark came first, like you know, some people claim, well, why didn't they just copy up to when the women were afraid? And then they say, oh, well, you know, it's an embarrassing ending, and so we had to elaborate on it and add these other things to it, you know, this type of thing. So they create their own individual problems. It's like when you run to the Jehovah's Witnesses, they've got their own baggage that they're bringing into the argument that you have to sort of know and deal with. But once you know it, it's like, in the last 12 verses of Mark, there's so much evidence for it. It's pretty much like you've got like 100% evidence, and someone's just come along and just got a pin and just dabbed it a tiny bit. It's like, oh, see, it's not pure anymore. It's like having a block of butter or something, and someone's just got the knife and just touched the top of the butter, and it's like, oh, see, it's not 100% anymore. And it's like, yeah, but it's so flimsy. Like 2 manuscripts against 1,654 manuscripts have the last 12 verses of Mark. Tribufy says Bart's strategy consists of throw it against the wall and see if it sticks. Very good. Thanks for breaking down each supposed contradiction, brother. It's encouraging to know these answers. Yeah, I wish that I'd gone through some more of them, but I sort of feel like we'll get bogged down in it. And I do want to go into these in detail, because these are just parroted by all the other skeptics.
They're highly contradictory in the details.
Highly contradictory.
None of
highly. I mean, ChatGPT will go, oh no, this is easily explained. Google will go, yeah, there's no contradiction here. These are easily explained.
them is unbiased or disinterested. None of these gospel accounts is written in order to explain history to historians.
Okay, well, what's the, to modern day historians? You know, what's that got to do with anything? It doesn't mean that it's not accurate history. I mean, modern day historians, you know, if you were as skeptical as Bart Ehrman, you wouldn't believe anything. Like, you know, he's skeptical on absolutely everything that comes along. You would be skeptical that, you know, certain people in the Roman Empire, even though we've got coins and all sorts of things of them, that they existed. Like, that's the radical type of skepticism that Bart Ehrman displays.
All four gospel writers are committed Christians who believe that Jesus got raised from the dead. They are committed to this belief, and they write a...
If they were committed to this belief that much, and the followers of them were that committed, in a sense, wouldn't they, you know, fix, if they're just going to chop and change things and add things and subtract things, like he claims in the Orthodox corruption of Christianity, wouldn't these guys fix up all these so-called contradictions? I'm sure if people were reading them and they were like, hang on, that's a bit of a different story to this one. But see, the thing is, no one has a problem with, like, say, the contradictions of Judas until, like, the Enlightenment period. People reconciled these and said, yeah, like, even in Reformation Bible translations, many times they put what Matthew had said, that he went and hung himself, in the book of Acts, but just in brackets. And when you read through it, it's like, oh, that makes sense. And he fell headlong, because you've got to fall from somewhere, not just walking in your garden and you fell over and exploded, like Dan McClellan insanely says.
Counts of him being raised from the dead that are contradictory to each other and that are not independent. They're writing this decades later in a different part of the world. They did.
So that whole thing of, in the last video we went through, you know, decades later, and remember he had 40 years to 60 years, and then he said probably 65, you know, so he's just pushing it back as far as he possibly can. And then he's saying they wrote in a different location. Now, if you follow Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, you'll know that the geography of those two manuscripts are so absurd that they should just be thrown in the bin. But if you follow the Byzantine text, there's no contradictions. Now, he's saying that there are problems with the geography. If you follow the Westcott and Hort text, yes, there are problems with that. So that's why we don't follow it, because it's just not the correct text. It's based on these two manuscripts that disagree with each other. But there is no problem. If you read the Textus Receptus, you don't have any of these problems. Where Bart Ehrman is growing up in the academy, he's like, oh, there's all these problems. And he just, I guess, assumes that these problems are probably, you know, in the Textus Receptus as well, I guess. Or, you know, he's just like, well, the real Bible that the academy has produced has these problems. And so he just thinks they're real problems. They're simply not problems at all.
They are not quoting eyewitnesses. They themselves were not.
Yeah, and so what he said earlier was they were in different locations. So they'd moved. So just say you got someone who witnessed, you know, say a tragedy that's happened recently, the Charlie Kirk thing. Someone was right in front of him, saw exactly what happened. If they don't write it there in Utah or wherever, I think it was in Utah. It was in Utah. If they don't write it right there, if they actually moved, you know, a week later and lived in California, what would they know? Like what sort of standard is that? How dumb is that? Like, how silly. Like, this is one of Bart Ehrman's main pillars, because he's brought it up quite a few times. Well, it wasn't even in the same location. It's like, so it has to be, they have to be right there they have to live in the same town. So you could never ever write an accurate history of, say, Hiroshima or something like that, because you have to move, or some place that gets destroyed. You can never write an accurate history of that, because Bart Ehrman would just say, hey, you're not in the same location. It's just, these things don't hold weight just on secular issues. But, I can't understand for the life of me why people think that this guy's a good scholar. He's so lousy.
Eyewitnesses. What kind of sources are these? Well, it's good we have these sources, but are they really the kinds of sources that scholars are looking for? Not so much. Would these witnesses have been persuasive in court? Jonathan, my debate partner here, is trained in law. Would these witnesses be persuasive on a witness stand? I don't know. Be interesting to find out.
And so we went through that before, just that it's different perspectives, different details, which does not mean contradiction, and different sequencing. So sometimes, like I said, if I said, hey, Nick, I'm Nick, I went for a jog this morning, and there was a guy who, crashed through, went through a red light, ran over 5 people. The ambulance was there. The police were there. It doesn't mean I saw it happen. But that's what he's reading into the text, something. He's got these strange parameters, and if they don't meet the parameters that are in his mind, he says it's a contradiction. He says there's problems. But then he will turn around and say, oh, they can probably be reconciled. But if you do attempt to reconcile them, you're just a desperate idiot, sort of thing.
The big problem I have with thinking that we can show that Jesus was raised from the dead historically is part of a larger issue that I want to address here as my final point. It has to do with historians and the problem of miracle.
Okay, so what I might do, because I've gone for 4 hours, I'm going to shut this down. So we'll pick up with Bart's opening comments. So we've got about 10 minutes, maybe 8 minutes to go, and then we're going back to Jonathan. And so I think I'll leave it there. I don't think there's anything really to announce. I didn't do a program yesterday. Just very busy. Went to the Gold Coast. Was very busy running around like a chicken, and so I didn't have time to do it. But hopefully, maybe during the week, I'll be able to pull out a few, maybe a few little ones. Looking at Dan McClellan, I do want to go through his earlier videos, like I've done with Cornthwaite, and I want to continue to go through Cornthwaite's videos that Dwayne put me onto, because he seems to be saying pretty much the same thing as Bart Ehrman, but just from a different perspective. Or I guess it's a contradiction there. It's a different perspective. But we want to go through their material and demystify what they're saying, because oftentimes they have a picture and they point back to, oh, there's a whole bunch of contradictions. So if we can go through all those contradictions and show that we have very good reason to see that they harmonize, then that pillar falls. Then we go back through the whole concept of univocality, and then saying that there's no real unity in what's being said in the Bible. So they're trying to get God out of the Bible, the miraculous out of the Bible, this type of thing. And also the whole thing of the synoptic problem. They have everyone copying each other, so you can get rid of Jesus that way. They're just stories that are copied, and they're just trying to elaborate on a few things. And who knows if Jesus said, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. He probably they just added it there because they liked it. It's a great story. It reminds them of something in the Old Testament or in some sort of, Greek mythology or whatever. And the amazing thing, no one ever in Scripture had an original thought. They just copied. They were just the biggest plagiarizers. They were just like, hey, these Greeks over here have this story. Let's just copy that in. So they were just squeezing all these weird stories into the Bible. That's like a presupposition that you have to be this type of radical skeptic. And so Embryo is saying hello to Dwayne. Everyone's just living the dream. Embryo says, be sure to like the video before you exit. So thanks, guys, for joining us. I'll play my outro, and I'll see you again soon.